Welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第247天. It is day 247. We are starting with Anzahiro today. It is burnout day for Wanikani, so we want to put that at the end of our language learning session. Let's see. Yesterday had a couple actually. Let's start with Lei. Lei. Yes, Lei. Oh, wait. Oh, no. It's... Four tears. Okay. And then Fu. Fu was... Support with the hand. Tian. Wait. I don't know how that goes. Something's not right here. That doesn't look great. Truth. There's something on top. Okay, I have to double check. This is Phil. Copy. Chao. Chao is... Copy. And... one last one. Tong. Tong. Right, child. Okay. I feel like I definitely screwed up. Reality. Oh, not reality. True. Oh, it's a cross. That's why it feels a little rough. Cross. All right. Off to our lessons. Our number is getting lower, actually. That's interesting. The number of review is getting lower. Oh, it could be... No, I don't think so.
死亡
Alright, 死亡 Yeah. Death. 死亡是生命的一部分 Yeah.
死亡是生命的一部分。
部分 I think this might... Oh. Thought it might have been silence.
死亡金融
金融 Finance, huh? Does this line up with Japanese? 金融 Hard to tell because of the kettle thing. No, I think Rong is something else. 金融. So we have gold and rong. Metal. Gold melt. I mean, that's fine. Finance is the management of a large amount of money and gold, which is often melted down. Fair enough. 金融. 他在金融行业工作。
他在金融行业工作。
行业. Oh, 行业. That's right. The other read for 行业. That's gonna be that's a very specific use. That's gonna be a little bit tough to remember. I think the examples have 10 now, 10 characters with alt reads. That's not the focus of Hanzahiro, so
金融
you gotta remember them yourself.
伤亡
伤亡. 伤亡. So injury, death, or wound. Sure. 伤亡, injuries and death. Interesting. 杖伤. 杖伤. What is that? Oh, claim with road. I have no idea what that is. So let's just say 让伤 something 成了 heck. 许多 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 伤亡.
战争造成了许多伤亡。
照 Oh wait, I do have this. Oh, dang it. That's to like create change. So had many, yeah, I can see why they use had there. Like resulted. Maybe resulted would be like, the war resulted in many casualties. 造成 I don't know if that's gonna be a tough one when it comes back around.
伤亡融合
融合 oh 和融合 so to fit 融 melt and mix together. Oh, okay, I can kind of see that. The best way to mix together things is to melt them first, then they can easily fit together in the same mixture. Can you blend? 他们的音乐融合了多种风格。
他们的音乐融合了多种风格。
Fair enough.
融合油井
it's an oil well. 油井油井很危险。
油井很危险。
很危险。Oh, two. Yeah, 很危险。Not four.
油井，死亡，
伤亡，
伤亡，金融，油井，融合，
Alright. 夏田 to go to the fields, that's fine. 夏田. How that's gotta make sure. Tian is a little weak from yesterday. Okay. 他每天一大早就下田工作。大早 like interesting. 大早 for at dawn. 大早。
他每天一大早就下田工作。
夏田。
夏田，
夏田。夏田。
田地，
田地 makes sense. 田地。这片田地的是 or 冰 no 是 no 土that's 土土什么what I don't have that 土 something 很 what am I looking at? Hold up. I feel like I should know the left one, but the right one, no.
这片田地的土壤很肥沃。
肥沃 Definitely not wall. I don't even know what I'm looking at. I guess that's a shoot with spray wall. Interesting. And then Faye. Oh, I do know Faye. Dang it. Oh no, wait. Yes, I do. That's fat. Faye wall. So full of. It's fertile. It's full of like growth or potential or potency, maybe something like that. And Robin Hood Chapel basements, the lid, boombox, turf, dress. I don't think so. That sounds too elaborate to not feel like I do. But Faye is a drop. Faye might be a drop in the future too.
田地，
Indeed.
水井，
Shading. Water well, but it's still a well, default well. 它在水井边水井旁水井旁把衣服 oh no 窗 no 旁洗 oh no that's洗衣服 I'm like that doesn't make any sense what I just said. It's like why would you be doing that to clothing?
他在水井旁洗衣服。
Yeah, so she's beside the water well, cleaning clothes or washing clothes. Aging.
水井，券，
Chen. A voucher. I wonder how this relates to ticket. Can I get a 券票? I feel like 票券 or 券票. 券票 kind of sounds like something that could happen. Like a voucher ticket. Yeah, like a certificate. Or it could be like 券照. 券照. Or, yes, 券照. Or even 券真. Because 券真 would lean to certificate. And then ticket, you could add 票. 券票. And voucher, I mean, it's kind of like a ticket, but you can also get 券照. So to make that, or 圈子. Of course, there's 圈子, probably like a. And then what else can you combine it with? Maybe like paper. 券条. I mean, 条 is probably used as a counter for this, so sometimes you don't. But it's kind of fun to see that now you can kind of feel out what the vocabulary words are going to be forward. 券, interesting. Voucher. Okay. Quasi, right? Quasi is in the bathroom of the pawn shop where he is going to the bathroom. Next to him stands an employee, and Quasimodo hands over a voucher. The employee in turn gives him an old sword, alright, and a headdress, okay, that he can use. You know, I'm not quite sure what's the difference between a barrister wig and a headdress anymore. Hold up. Okay, barrister wig doesn't have the little horn things. Okay, I see. Yeah, it's just without the horns. Barrister wig is without the horns here. These two. That can be used while going to the bathroom. He can even keep them after. If it is a strange voucher but common pawn shop occurrence. Gives him a old sword. And a headdress. Nah, I think it's more Quasimodo's in the bathroom in the pawn shop, right? I don't think he's going to, well, yeah, you know what? Maybe, you know, where he's going to the bathroom, and as he's entering, the employee gives him a voucher to use the bathroom. This is where he can drop off his goods, right? The voucher is to keep track of what he has. He bought an old sword and a headdress, maybe just because it's interesting. Like an old sword sounds like a Quasi thing, and then a headdress maybe to fit in or something. That's fine. This is good. Yeah, I think I can imagine it. Yeah, I can imagine it. And then, you know, as he exits the bathroom, gives the voucher and then picks up the stuff. Perhaps. Oh, no, it's not even close. They went with, I see. So you don't have any of those. Zai Chun. Okay, a prize voucher. That's and that is a bond, or I guess that's price, but a price voucher. I forgot about prizes. Vouchers for prizes. Lottery ticket. Tai Chun, really? That's color. As opposed to like any other thing. Like I guess I kind of understand the color lottery ticket because we're talking about those. You're filling in the ticket things. They're colorful. There's so many other ways you can probably, like a select ticket, a prize ticket, not a price voucher, but that's so interesting. But these are the two. I'm sure the other ones. So this is not comprehensive, right? Vocabulary words are not comprehensive in Kazuhiro. I wouldn't be surprised if the ones that I talked about exist. Right? But the choices made
劝
is interesting.
奉
It'd be kind of cheap to just put z at the end of like every object, in my opinion. It would limit how flexible it is. Feng, why do you look so familiar? There is something else that look kind of like you, and I think it's now the reverse. So that is the barrister wig I was talking about. Oh, actually, now that I think about it, is the does the headdress have? Does the no, the headdress has one less stroke as well. Yeah, upon closer inspection, the headdress has one less stroke as well. Yeah. And then the barrister wig is yeah, one less horizontal stroke. But we're kind of sort of combining them because in the mnemonic it does not greatly affect it. Now, why do I think it's one of the headdress things? No, it's not this. What is it? I gotta think about it. There's something that looks suspiciously like this. Alright, well. The offer. I feel like I got an offer just recently. What was that? Something like provide plus mention or something? Frodo is in the bathroom of the English Manor. Sure. Getting ready to enter one of the saunas. English Manor. A butler comes up to him and offers him a barrister wig and a corn stalk as complimentary gifts. Frodo, flattered, is upset that he has nothing to offer in return. He puts on the barrister wig and holds his corn stalk high as he enters the sauna. I mean, I would be hard pressed to use cornstalk in a functional way. The barrister wig kind of just checks out with the English Manor. All right. Feels flattered. That's fine. Maybe there's like cornstalk decor everywhere. Complimentary gifts is fine too. No comment. 无可放怪放告 not able to offer an announcement. No comment. Or a notice. Or a proclamation, or not able to offer something to be said, but no comment. Excuse me. 奉献 dedicate, to offer and donate. Okay. Interesting.
奉 下田 田地 水井
All right. Like a toy sword. A toy sword makes it even more vivid. Toy sword and a barrister, not a barrister, and some headdress from the pawn shop.
劝
I might end up losing Frodo in this. Kinda might end up losing Frodo.
轨
Way. Rails. We do have a car. 9 cars. 9 carts? Oh, this could be pretty simple. Oh, this is still fine. Goofy is in the basement of the beach house by the bay where there are 9 vintage miniature cars. Just 9 vintage miniature cars. Each of them Jeeps for the beach. No. Miniature cars. They are lined up on some rails, and Goofy accidentally, no, Goofy's playing with them, you know. Now, oh, but it could be mixed with a bunch of other people. So maybe we do Goofy, which is Goofy things. Goofy is in the basement of the beach house by the bay, where instead of, you know, going out to swim and have fun, he's playing with his 9 vintage miniature size rail carts, right? Cars on rails, right? His miniature train set, right? And pretending to be a conductor who, that's fine. I think that's fair enough. 出轨 to derail. I don't think I have this in Japanese, huh? Okay, and then 铁轨. Oh, 铁轨, iron rails, right? Railway tracks. Okay, all right.
轨
Okay.
炸
Yeah, to blow up. So what type of jaw is it? There's fire. There's fire in a saw. So I'm guessing it's the explosion blow up. To explode, okay. Not the to blow up like with wind, you know, to blow that up. Or maybe it could be both. Who knows? Let's see. James Bond is in the bathroom of the auditorium where he is trying to escape. He sticks a special saw into the tile wall, then lights it on fire and runs into one of the stalls. A second later, the saw blows up, creating a hole that James Bond can escape through. He lights another blow-up saw, or just like a technical saw where he just sticks it, and then it blows up, creating... no, okay. Lights it on fire. Alright, that's fair. Then escapes through the hole before it blows up and destroys the rest of the bathroom. Alright, fair enough. That's good enough. Oh, no, that's definitely exploderies. 炸弹. A bomb, yeah. 炸药. Oh, really? To blow up? Oh, I could, like, I see. Explosive. So, like, yao is not being used in the form of a medicine, but more of a applicant. Yao. Explosive. And then 爆炸. 爆炸. I don't think we have 爆 yet, but that is definitely 爆炸. Fire plus some violence plus more exploderies, blow up, explosion. Home. That kind of looks like home. There's quite a 3 cars. 炸. Wow. Okay.
炸
Yeah.
扣
Oh man, it's button and fingers. That's not gonna be a good time. Button and fingers, and it's Kermit the Frog. Oh, Kermit the Frog. Kermit is in the bathroom of the bakery. He can't stop eating the tasty croissants. Okay, and so he has decided to button his mouth shut. He pokes. Oh, that's actually kind of interesting. Phrasing. He pokes a hole in his top lips with a finger and then uses a button threaded onto his button lip to shut his mouth. Interesting. Actually worked particularly well for Kermit. Think that he could be a puppet. I don't think there are any others. We'll give it a go. Button the lips with his fingers. Hmm. Copying croissants. Okay. Intriguing.
扣
Oh.
号
Oh. To consume. You suspiciously look like something too. Just lots of horizontal lines are very suspicious. I think the one that I'm thinking of is what is it? Or is it the other way? Like, I think it's closer to this. Yeah. If I can think about it, it's probably in trust. Yep. Oh, it's finger, actually. It's finger. Yeah, these ones are kind of gnarly when you have two things with like stalks and stuff. Anything with like a structure like this is a bit rough. Any combination of 3 horizontal lines or like maybe 2 horizontal lines next to each other where they're just slashed by verticals kind of just end up looking like this altogether. And then you're there trying to discern if this passes through, if this curls at the end, and which side it curls, and then if this top one is either this or this, and then whether this passes this point or not. Lots of those. Those are a little bit rough. Oh. Harry Potter is in the bathroom of the barn, which is covered with fur. Right? The difference between fur ball and fur is 1 stroke. That grows all over the sink and piles of manure. Harry Potter's in the bathroom, which is covered with fur. Okay. He takes out his wand and summons a magic plow. That works. That he uses to harvest all the fur. Sure. Doing so consumed all of his energy, so he begins to consume the fur to recharge. Alright, that doesn't work. That just fell apart. Consumed all his energy is fine. And then maybe he used the magic to consume all the fur to make them into, I don't know, scarves. We'll use scarves. Scarves are a thing. Very particular. Scarves are a thing. Color-coded scarves. Time consuming. Consume time. How to consume. Oh yeah, 消耗. Oh, okay. I mean 消耗. There's another consume. 消 is part of it. 消 something. Don't remember. Any form of spend or invest or something next to disappear is consume. Could just be 是. 消失 or something. Energy consumption. 能耗. Is that not just flat out ability to consume? All right, the energy consumption.
Hao. Wang.
Oh boy. Oh yeah, and it could be Wang too. Oh no, I did write scepter or either spool of thread, scepter. Oh, what do we have? We have like scepter, right? Then we have spool of thread, right? And then we have shoot. And then we have plow. And we also have Beanstalk. Dropping the There's also Shoot, Husband, Blossoming Tree, Dead Tree, Jet. Man. Ball. Trying to think of all the things that looks basically like a grid. Walter White is in the bathroom of the chapel. Wong, okay. This is using Wong, but I guess there's also Wong. Okay. Alright. Admiring his prosperous... Didn't we get another prosperous? What was it? Chang? Oh yeah, Chang. Or prosperous? Walter White is in the bathroom in the chapel admiring his prosperous holy scepter that he stole from the priest. Okay, that's slightly out of character, but that's fine. It glows brightly as it has a miniature sun attached to the top of it, lighting up the entire bathroom. Walter had no idea that prosperity could be so literally blinding. Oh, he stole a scepter, huh? I think the scepter, maybe the scepter glows brightly from the sun that pierces the bathroom window or something. Despite committing a heinous crime, I suppose. Maybe we'll just level it up a little. Wang. Peak season. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Wan Ji. Huh. Peak season versus like something like Feng Ji. Which Feng Ji. Or is it Feng Ji, like plentiful season, peak season.
Wang.
Prosperous. Oops, I missed the S.
Wei.
Alright. Yep. The scarves. I'm telling you, the scarves.
Hao.
This one's kind of rough. Because it's not... So the problem I have with this one is...
Zha.
The auditorium. It's missing the auditorium. There's nothing distinctively auditorium about it. Maybe he's escaping from like an incognito. Escaping from trying to escape secretly from a play. That kind of sounds like a setup for that. Or maybe the saw prop. Prop saw. I don't know how much I don't know about this one. This one's gonna be rough. Kinda nice that it definitely deals with Herman.
Kou. Wang.
Having a positive word for a negative activity context is something I kind of want to avoid. Why are there so many characters? What the heck? Did we just get 2 extra characters this time around? I think so. Wow. I think we might run into a different type of problem soon. Now we have more characters than vocabulary words. Intriguing. Ja. Okay. Oh no, another ja. Ja, this time in front. Okay, prick. James Bond is in front of the auditorium where he is employed as a guard. Okay. He finds a hook on the ground and picks it up with his fingers, yeah, and it pricks him. What sort of prick drops they? Okay, here's what type of prick they're talking about, but Kevin ended up using both. What sort of prick drops a hook in front of an auditorium anyway? I mean, that's a fair point. I think this one might get lost. This kind of reminds me of de, but it's not de. Or is it? No. Oh, no examples. Oh, there aren't vocabulary words added for this yet. Interesting. This has become a little bit more frequent, and by a little bit I mean one in like, I don't know, one in like 200, no, 1 in 300 characters don't have vocabulary words, and now I've witnessed 2 in the last 100 characters. So I feel like this is where we're getting to the diminished return thing, which also is why I'm thinking about pausing this at a little bit by the end of the year.
鞋
xie. That's a lot of arms, which kind of deals a little bit with cooperation. But to coerce, interesting. Okay. The thing that has 3 arms, right? Is cooperation. Right. I think it's the only one with 3 arms. Coerce. I guess if you gotta coerce someone, you need 3 arms. Xena is inside the electricity plant. Oh, and it's the same, xie. Xie, where she is being coerced into eating rotten old, like, moon-shaped cake or something by a 3 muscular person, right? Or 3 muscular arms is fine. You just have to imagine people instead of floating arms. It's getting tied up with muscular arms and mouth. I'm combining this with arms that surrounds her. They say if she doesn't do it, they will throw her into the fire generator. I mean, yeah, that kind of sounds like something Xena would get caught in. Coerced, and with no other option, she eats the stinky old rotten moons as the muscular arms around her. Coerce is negative, I guess. Threaten, okay. Is that like 感谢? Oh no, way. Oh, what in the way? Huh. New character.
鞋
Coerce.
5
Ooh. Squad of 5. I mean, that's Slenderman in 5. That's funny. This Hanzi is also used on official documents to represent the number 5, as it is harder to alter. Ah, I remember seeing this. Kind of like how on checks one always makes a straight line across the rest of the table amount field so that it cannot be similarly altered. That's fair. Alternatively, you could argue it's very similar to 1, right? This one, and I usually write 1 that way, or even adding something instead of doing this. This can be altered. 1 stroke can be altered in much than this one. Like for example, it can become a 7. Which is a very big deal if 1 often comes before a lot of numbers. So adding a 7 is concerning. Alternatively, it can become a 9. Right? Or alternatively, it can become a 6. Or an 8. Makes sense. I wonder, okay, let me try to picture it from a Chinese standpoint. How can you alter this to a different number in context? It's not that easy. But I can still see it. Wow, but it's very difficult. Interesting. 5-man squad, 5 soldiers, 5-man unit, 5. Okay, that's fair. Walter White is in the basement of the house where he's running a huge cooking operation. In his employment are a. It's interesting. In his employ, I haven't ever used it in that phrase. I would use in his employment or under his employment as opposed to in his employ. That's interesting. So in his employ are a squad of 5 slender man, each with 5 attending to their own vat of good stuff. Yes. Retired from military service. Oh, I think we have another retire in very similar context. Tui. Oh yeah, and it's using Tui as well. Tui Wu. What's another retire? Tui Wu. Oh yeah. Tui Xiao. Tui Xiao. Right. Tui Wu. Very specifically military. Interesting. And Tui Wu. Troops. Group. Yeah, group. Actually, is Dui just group? Oh, team. It's like, okay.
五扁
Yen. Blat? Oh, look at you, you sneaky little person. Are you telling me, I mean, it's still Bien, but am I a butt? I'm pretty sure this is Bien, right? No, wait. Was this Bien? And then Bien is... So this is Bien. Oh, this could be Pian though. Oh no. Alright, we gotta... No, it's still booklet. It's not rack. Yeah, it is booklet. Wait, hold. Okay, now I need to discern some help here. Okay, so yes, Pian for the piece of writing, Bian for everywhere, right? Those are first, right? Bian. Lun is fine. Lun is okay. And then we have Bian, which is outside. Ce, okay, we've worked on Ce, and then Pian. Oh, Pian has horse. Okay, so we didn't have something with a standalone. I was thinking of Pian. Okay. I think the door. The door plus this could be a separate component, honestly. It occurs so often. As well as the TP, the TP on the book. Yeah, these are ones that I've seen before. Oh boy, howdy, there's another Lun. Lun. Oh, there's another Bien. Okay. Oh, this one's kind of neat. It has mouth on top. It's the only one with a mouth on top. And then some weird ones. So there's some unique ones, but man, this combo can definitely be a one for itself. And then this combo for sure. Although the mnemonics kind of sound the same too. So that's fine. Flat. Like ping? Or one? Win? No. One. Flat? What type of flat are we talking about? Can't tell. Bigfoot is in the basement of the pawn shop where he works. Sure. He is trying to make a bent second-hand booklet to be flat again. He sets the booklet on the ground, then lays a heavy door on top of it. Then stands on the door. This way he makes the booklet nice and flat. Oh, that's kind of cute. And maybe he doesn't work. Maybe he doesn't work. I was gonna say, you know, Bigfoot went to the pawn shop in the basement. He accidentally knocks over a booklet and it got bent, right? Got bent, but this is kind of cute. I don't mind this. This one's pretty good. It's very Bigfooty to flatten. Ya bien. Okay. Ya bien. Pressure flatten. I was thinking maybe like maybe bien ping bien or bien ping. A lentil. And that's not a transliteration either. Or it doesn't sound like it. Xiao bian. Xiao bian dou. Oh, that makes sense. Xiao bian dou. Small flat bean, a lentil. Although that does describe quite a lot of things. Actually, most beans are not that flat. Not as flat as a lentil. Huh.
扁允
云云 I'm not sure about the sound on this. Alright, but it's Yugi again. To allow. As opposed to... What is the closest thing? Oh, it's not. No. Okay. Yugi is in the basement of the infirmary where he is being held against his will by a bunch of doctors. Okay. They have his elbows and legs tied to an operating table. They won't allow him. They won't allow him go unless he agrees to giving up his card games forever, as they are too dangerous to his health. Well, that's certainly a deep cut. Deep cut like Yugi wise. Yugi won't allow them to take his cards, and the doctor refused to untie his elbows and legs until he's done. Until he does. I think that's kind of funny. Funny in a shadow realm, like dangerous situation, like not, you know, the dangers of Yugi's universe. It's kind of lore accurate. Doctors in the normal world would try to prevent Yugi from engaging in a card game where he constantly comes back injured. Kind of funny. Allow. Okay, makes sense. Yushi. 允许. How do you
允
允许? Okay. All right. This one's kind of sucks.
扎
And no vocabulary words either. So,
鞋
kind of weak. Still
允
kind of weak. Oh yeah, this is weak. Kind of. Yeah. Yeah, that one needs help. That one definitely need help.
扁
Definitely Walter White.
五
Oh wait, it's not that bad because it's 5. It's 5. No, we're fine. We're fine. 5 is 5. It's fine. We're good. All right. Yeah, I don't know how frequent this is gonna happen. I feel like the way HSK 7 through 9 is sorted, I think these are just going to be... Actually, let's take a look. No. I think maybe just that one. I still haven't decided yet whether we're gonna stop here to do some stuff and then come back with the rest. All right, let's get into our reviews. And it's gone.
签证
我的签证到期了。
Oh, visa instead of a license. That's fair. What? Ooh. Oh. 不受如此. Oh no, wait. That's 如柴. 如柴. Okay.
乘媒人
他是一位受人尊敬的媒人。
Heck. Huh. Hmm.
绝望
在绝望中，他找到了希望。
绝望。在绝望 despair 绝望中 okay Uh, let's just go with wealth. Okay.
平
Okay, hold up. It's not that. Is it?
不曾
我不曾去过那里。
Okay. I was thinking of something else entirely. Heck.
骨折
我女儿骨折了。
后天
你后天晚上要做什么？
高龄
她是一个高龄母亲。
Oops.
手指
外星人有6根手指。
手指. Okay. Oh no. Hold. It's fine.
鞋年龄
她的年龄是个秘密。
伤眼
Oh. That one I had to go back. I like went in the direction and then I had to double back because I was like, no wait, that's not right.
紫米
这紫米是从台湾来的。
拿
It's get, but there's others to hold. Get is fine. Hold is fine too. I was really bringing up the rear on that one.
演唱会
演唱会门票卖完了。
What? Uh-oh.
裤
It's fine. Trousers. That's okay. Trousers.
骨瘦如柴
那个小男孩骨瘦如柴。
Okay.
艺术
意大利的艺术。
YOLO.
社知名
她的知名度很高。
各式各样
她会做各式各样的饭。
目标
我们的目标一定能达到。
Blowgun gets so much use. It was so awkward before, but because of how much blowgun gets used, surprising. Certain things really do work out by their frequency. Oh no. I remember sitting on this for a little bit. Ah. No. Uh. No, it's not what I think it is. It's who, not. So what is that? Ah. Hmm. What? Something's not clicking. Hmm. That doesn't make any sense, actually. That doesn't make any sense. Oh. What? Oh, whoops.
男子，
男子单打，
What? What? Okay, we gotta think about this.
改，
Alter, that's fine.
青菜，
青菜不要炒得太老，
鼓掌，
观众开始鼓掌，
围绕，
我的生活围绕着中文，
No, it's definitely Kirby. What? Dollhouse and books, right? Oh, no, wait. Hang on. Suitable. Pivot. No. It's not that either. And oh,
外交官，
他父亲是一名外交官，
I don't actually quite remember what this is supposed to be. Oh, is it a duffel? Oh my god, freaking duffel. I can't even spell duffel. I think it's kind of like all through the night or something like that.
宾馆，
宾馆的房间很干净。
Let's say, okay. Is it really that? I don't think so. I don't know what am I looking at. So, you know, this is like the dollhouse being destroyed. What? What? Oh. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. I think I know. I'm screwing it up. It's the left one that is being screwed up. And then I thought this was dealing with so Bing is Jing is not that either. Yin is something else too. And it's not Xing. Oh, it's Ping.
拼
Right. And this is messed up. It's
适宜
适宜。
这种土壤适宜种花生。
对啊，适宜。Run my head into the wall until it sticks.
登山，
我从来没有登山。
The heck?
诗人，
他是一位优秀的诗人。
屋，夫妇，
那对夫妇有一个孩子。
Oh, there it is. That's what I was looking for. That's the thing. So we just got this part, right? This is the one that I was talking about. And what the heck is this? Oh, right. Oh, no, just kidding.他觉得 something 球是一个很无无无聊无聊的运动。I feel something is very hard to talk about, hard to learn about exercise. That 聊 I think that's 聊无聊。Is that not baseball? Oh, I missed the G. Oh, yeah, that's baseball. I missed the G on the first type.
棒球，
棒球。What is happening? Death is happening. Okay.
织布，
他的织布技艺非常好。
And I don't remember. I thought it was Chong, but maybe Chung. Yeah. Okay. Gotta line some stuff up now.
小鸭，
小鸭睡在河岸边。
挤，胆小鬼，
他是个胆小鬼。
交织，
红黑双色线交织。
绕道，
绕道可以避免塞车。
It's a detour. It should take detour alone. The yeah.
专辑，
这张专辑包含了许多经典歌曲。
贵宾，
贵宾座位在前排。
Kind of oh, it might be C though. I'm not even sure about both characters. Making me question everything.
艰难，
一场漫长而艰难的战争。
I have questioned everything now.
撞，
Yeah, so there's nothing placing Charlie Brown in a good place. Yeah, so it is yeah. And then Cha, it's in the heckin' electric. Yeah, I wasn't even close. Like Cha has been a problem for, and I mean he's thorough, which is throughout the night. Yeah, we need to fix Cha. Cha is terrifyingly bad. And it's because the electrified foreman does not help with the electricity thing. Let's see. Charlie Brown. Let's say Charlie Brown is in the bathroom of the electricity plant. Let's say taking a break, right? Taking a break. He taking a break. Following the foreman's advice, right? Foreman's advice. Because he's so accident prone. He wore a rubber moon shaped helmet. Some rubber sandals and rubber elbow pads, right? Rubber elbow pads. To provide thorough, you know, to thoroughly protect himself while working at the electricity plant, right? Okay. Yeah, was the first thing. Yeah, it was the first thing. And then I was pivoting to C because I wasn't sure which one it was. Let's see.
碍事，
这些多余的箱子放在这里很碍事。
彻夜，
我们彻夜讨论这个计划。
Or all night, yeah.
饭， 胶，
or dart, yeah. This sucks. This still sucks. Still sucks.
急，
What? Oh. That's not it. It's so far from it, actually.
Wu,
Oh my gosh, I missed the N.
熟，
It's kan. Both A and N, I suppose.
洒水器，
我们需要一个新洒水器。
最，公，赔，
What? What?
疼，干，
That's kind of rough. What?
怨气，
他对老板满腹怨气。
口水，
见了那么多吃的，他只流口水。
盐，
Dang it. I was being a pep. Just went down and commit.
扭，
This one might get lost.
堪， 我， 虎妈，
虎妈坚持孩子每天都要花时间学习。
Relatable.
区域，
这是一个农业区域。
抢救，
我从树上抢救了3只猫。
Oh, wait. That's not. And just search. Search is fine. But search and rescue is still pretty okay, actually.
赔，
What in the world?
子孙，
我们的子孙。
祝贺，
我祝贺你获得奖项。
I was pretty sure this was.
争，
Oh no, it's struggle, right? This one's kind of weak. Oh heckin' all. Oh my gosh, all.
糕点，
他买了一些糕点回家。
射杀，
猎人用枪射杀了一只鹿。
What? What? Okay, I gotta think about it. Oh,
吃亏，
他总是让别人吃亏。
Compensate is repay. Okay, yes.
触觉，
我失去了触觉。
What?
词，要，炼金术，
炼金术是古老的科学。
Yeah, I don't want to talk about it. What is this supposed to be now? Or container? Oh yeah, fair enough. Oh, I added a G. Man, we practiced this.
破烂，
这是一只破烂的手机。
它陈述像，它陈述像抢救了三级鸟急猫。I mean, okay. I mean that's fine.
是，最，纯净，
这是一瓶纯净的水。
Okay.
软，
What is Okay, it's just touch is fine. What? Okay. I'm like, what else could it be?
赔钱，
这次合作赔钱了。
That's a repayment, which is yeah, lose money. Yeah, that's fine. Lose money is fine. Oh, what? Wait, what? Excuse me? Oh, do they want groom instead? Nah, that's fine. Fine. What? Wait. Hold up. Huh.
可恨，
可恨的网络留言，
So what is? Oh wait. No. Hmm.
刚，开幕式，
开幕式很感人，
Huh.
同，赠，
Uh-oh. What is that?
安详，
安详的夏季傍晚，
The heck? I have no clue. A mutant drop. What the? Hold up. Oh wait.
有，
Oh my goodness. That is really remarkable. Okay. That is like barely hanging on. And this one is like continuous or like without breaking, right? Something is up with the whole hair. Or maybe it's the right is G, but something is missing here on the left. Yeah, I really thought it was like I don't. Oh no, it's double. It's the reverse. It's breaking. So how am I mixing this up? This one is a dull moment. I definitely went down the wrong path here. I was thinking continuous and then I just kept trying to fill the continuous. I want to say I don't. This is like this is fine. This is to diagnose. I'm not too worried about this because it's one of those one in a moment things, but I do want to know why I keep starting with continuous, which is shun. I know it's river, it's stream. Dang, it's stream. And then what was the other one? Jun. The other Jun, which is Precious. Okay. And that's dealing with the scepter. Okay, then that's fine. And then whoops. I messed up G, which that kind of sucks. And that's for continue. Oh, that's because it's thread on the left. It's silk on the left. And not axe on the right. And this has a break. This has a break. You're breaking the thing. But I was thinking I combined them too. So like, yeah, the terrarium broke. How will they continue? But that's not how that works. It's and that means the mnemonic should not be negative. I gotta change the mnemonic with G because it's a negative mnemonic, and break is more negative than to continue because it deals with breaking. Everything has died, so it breaks in continuum. So instead, I'm gonna say Chibi Neutron. This is why negative and positive should be in agreement, in my opinion. In the house, continuing to carefully take care, right? Continuing to take care of terrarium. He constructed intricate pieces out of silk, right? Out of silk to decorate the terrarium further, and will continue to improve. Yep, I ended up combining both of them because of, and then this is the terrarium broke, and that's just one. So, actually, we could add a little bit more to Dumbledore's. No, I think this is perfectly negative. Sinks due to he gets a stick out of the hoe and breaks the terrarium in half. Out flies a bunch of maybe like I need to separate them. Dumbledore had to go to the bathroom of the pawn shop, right? Hearing complaints of bugs, you know, and magical bugs, magical bugs and flies. So he took. It was because a terrarium got broken. By a hoe accidentally. So he swings his wand and creates a terrarium for the little guys. Okay. All right. That's fine. And moving right along. What? I added an I. I don't know why I added an I, but fine. What?
第八，
我刚刚读完第8章。
Okay. That's weird.
提振，
我需要提振我的自信。
That one's a little weird. Okay. Make sure. Left side. Want to get caught up on that. Separated from you. Okay.
诊断，
你的问题很难诊断。
刷牙，
刷牙时要用牙膏。
Not bad. Two. I'll take 2. Or 1.5 for the day. Pretty solid. There are definitely some questionable ones today. And we got even more. So now vocabulary, like characters outnumber vocabulary for the first time. That's intriguing. Might have something to do with that super long day where we skipped lessons. Or we couldn't do lessons, double stack lessons. Lessons don't double stack. Okay. Try to remember. Write the complimentary gift. Right, Feng. This one's kind of weak. This one's good. Gui. Ja's a little weak. Ja. Ja is a little weak too. There's nothing placing them in the auditorium. Neither of these in the auditorium. That's a problem I can foresee. This one's okay for now. Yin, yin, yin. Not the greatest. Yeah. Ooh. That'll be fine. This one's probably one of the stronger ones. Long, kinda weak. This one's pretty good. And it's pretty good. Oh, one of the stronger ones. Oh, I just had deja vu with finger in mouth. Not the greatest, for sure. Oh. Not the greatest. One's kind of okay because it has legacy on top. So most of them are meh. I think most of them are below average. There are like 3 strong ones and then 1 above average. And then the rest are kind of middle of the road, slightly below average. Not terrible ones though. There aren't any I'm pretty confident will have problems in the future. I think the one is probably Jia and Jia because there's no element of the auditorium. And we're just gonna go with it if it becomes a problem. Yang Wang. Younghua. Ronghe. Cheijing. Jing. Jingrong. That's probably the weakest one. Jingrong. Siwang. Yandi. Youjing. Jiatian. Oh yeah, that's it, because we have less vocabulary. Alright, let's go over these. So yeah, Frodo, who is visiting the sauna in the English Manners bathroom, right? And was given complimentary gifts. Which involves a barrister wig and some corn stalk. He feels kind of bad that there's nothing in return. He can have it, doesn't have anything in return, and then the definition is lost. Like, I don't even know what this has anything to do with. Yeah, like it's just gone. The offer. They offered a complimentary gift. Usually it's given a complimentary gift, but offer a complimentary gift. Yeah, this one's weak. It's below average. I think this one and these three are probably the weakest. Goofy, basement, beach house. Instead of doing normal things, he's just chilling with, right, nine rail carts, miniature rail cars. Self-explanatory. Conductor. Okay, and now we have James Bond, who retreated to the auditorium after being made, right? Being made, took out a prop saw that he had, lighted on fire to blow up and escape from the bathroom wall. And we have James Bond, who's in front of the auditorium on like scouting duty. Let's just say he's scouting. And I'm gonna change this up. Maybe he uses, in his finger is a look-like device to search for evidence, to scan and to scan for evidence on the ground of whatever he's tracking, right? I think that will be a little bit better, but it's still not the auditorium. Like, it could be anywhere. Look-like device with his fingers. Maybe he was searching around like the ticket entrance, the auditorium for the popular play. Then we have Yugi. This one's pretty good. Yugi's in the basement of the infirmary with his elbows and legs tied. Prevent him from continuing to use cards that often gets him injured. Alright. And tell him to like how to stop. Oh no, I think I lost the meaning. Basically, oh, to allow him, to not allow him. Oh, that's kind of negating it though. That's using positive with negative. Only when he promises to stay safe will they allow him, I guess. Will they allow him to continue? I'll think about it. Then we have Bigfoot. This one's kind of weak. Bigfoot in the basement of the pawn shop where he accidentally bent a booklet. So like Bigfoot logic goes, he ripped out the door to the basement and used it as a way to flatten the bent booklet. That one's good. This one's strong. Oops. Walter White. I still am going to put him in the bakery for all of these because it works out. Bakery. Bakery. Baking up some stuff, you know? Cooking and baking. He's quit that life. So what he did was he's instructing 5 slender men. Right. 5 slender men on a squad of 5 on how to bake an excellent croissant instead. Right. Let's see. Now we have Walter White again in the bathroom. Right, he's running off to the bathroom of the chapel. This time he has stolen a very prized scepter that has a hidden compartment. Let's just say hidden compartment in the ornament, the sun ornament that's on top of the scepter. That had a very hefty payout, right, for the trade, for the illicit trade. Prosperous is the thing. I don't know how well that works, but it works a little bit better than the other. All right, now we have Quasimodo, who's gone to the bathroom of the pawn shop, where he was given a voucher in order to store his haul away, which he bought some headdress, right, because he likes to fit in, and bought a toy sword to use the bathroom. That's not too bad. This is pretty good. Moving right along. Harry Potter is in the bathroom of the barn, told to, he's working at the barn, doing some chores, told to remove all the fur that is collected around the sink and whatnot. So he used his magic to create a plow to collect all the stuff and then consume all of it to create scarves. Right. Good enough. Ooh-wee. So now we have Kermit the Frog, who is in the bathroom of the bakery. Bathroom of the bakery, where he have decided that he has a problem with eating too many croissants. So he decided to use his finger and button up his mouth so he can't eat anymore. Alright, and then we have Xena. So we have Xena in the electricity plant. Once again, this time instead of cooperating, she's being forced by a bunch of peeps, strong men, or strong peeps, are coercing her to eat a bunch of undesirable moon-shaped, I don't know, pastries. Or not too devastating. Still not great. Alright, and then we have two things. Zhen Duan. Wait. Zhen Duan. Yeah, Zhen Duan. Wait, how does... Oh, no. That's... I'm pretty sure the last stroke is actually the bottom thing. That's fine. And one. Okay. And then what was it? Thorough. Che. Che. Or was it Che? No, it was Che. Oh no, I think it was Che, now that I think about it. I might have written that incorrectly. Yes, Che. And Che, stuff that Charlie Brown's being thorough and protecting himself from working at the electricity plant. So he's got his sandals. The foreman is giving him the advice. Moon-shaped helmet. I'm missing something. Elbow. Oh, I remember now. It's like... Che. Oh, it's a flipped elbow. Because that doesn't look great. Play this way. Maybe not. Huh. Oh, it's elbow pads. That's why it doesn't look good flipped upside down. It's elbow pads. And foreman. Thorough. Known problem. It's fine. Alright. A wrap for our Hanzo Hero session today. If you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up Hanzo Hero, try it out for yourself. You're more than welcome to come on by, share some stories, exchange some strategies, keep each other motivated, right? Until next time, 大家下次见. We'll see you next time. 感谢观看. Right? Thank you for watching. I'm gonna get up, walk around a little bit, stretch, and I'll be back for our WaniKani burnout day. Thank you. Alright, welcome back everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は254日目です。It is day 254. We are one day away from level 25. And today is burnout day. Our second burnout day. So, the thing about burnout days are either we reach 5, whichever is first, right? 5 heart stops. I forgot about the heart stops. So 5 heart stops or up to 2 hours, right? And I think that's loosely a good, excellent place to start. Whichever one comes first is when I'll probably stop the burnout. All right. Let's get into our really quick 5 reviews because that's why we have burnout days.
国民
Okumin. The people or residents. I don't know why it doesn't. I mean, citizens is fine, but it's also the it's good enough. Oh wait.
町民
Omi, townspeople.
文学
Bunkaku. Literature. Oh. Oh. I didn't. Wait.
少し
Skoshi. Oh my gosh. I have a problem typing that. um.
次回
Yukai. And that's it. Alright. So now we hop into our burnout. The last burnout we had was... It was around 530 items, because another 100 or so was added since the last... Oh no, not really, not another 100. It was kind of like 560 items, right? Something like that. And we hit like twice. 2 heart stops. 560, 2 heart stops. Wasn't too bad. And then we've since there's more that was added to the pile. Actually, this number is kind of smaller than that. Maybe we did a lot more. Maybe we did 600. We'll just go. So this is where it should be pretty chill, I think. Whoops.
夜
Okay.
古来
Kodai. Kodai. Fuji-san. Kodai. Ancient times. Okay, that's fine.
お母さん豚
What? Yen. Research. Oh, sharpen is what they want for that. Fine.
下げる本来
Honai.
味方
What? Oops.
何千
白鳥
時代
uh, wait. How does just time? Don't overthink it.
なかなか
子牛 この前
丸ごと
Uh, what else is like? What? What else is like around? Hmm. Like holy? Half? It's not half. Like, whoops. Okay. Oh no, wait, that's not.
近づく
That's okay. Like approaching or come here. Like it's close. It's those. That's like it's next to, maybe like next to. Come here to like next to. It's BS. Yeah, get close. Come here. Oh, they need two. Oh, they wanted the two. But I'm just gonna stop doing. I one thing I definitely dislike is, in my opinion, the whole like two when two is not in it, but they keep ascribing it to two when you're translating. I'm not sure if I like that or not, because the whole two thing deals with like the whole dictionary plain form thing, but really in the sentence you don't off two something is reserved for a very specific thing. And when it's standalone, it's about not whether it's two or not, it's whether it's a verb or not. And I don't like that they don't mark it as you have to add the two as the thing. That's not what that's saying. Like the idea is like, oh, it's you have to get closer to the village, but it's like come here closer to the river, in my opinion. I don't like how that's set up. And get means very little. Get is everything. Let's see. Oh wait. We'll still try to adjust to it, I suppose. Okay.
高校
全く
Okay.
以外 白い
私 地中
南米 止める
羊毛 半
富士山 全力
月末草地お前三人
What? Oh wait.
花見
上休止2つ
Oops.
元気人
以上広がる
Oh, I guess to be spread out is still the same as to spread out, actually.
食べる
What?
何人質
イギリス人一時
全米
多分次回
分1000円生活
Um. What? What am I? It's a random block. Am I not? I don't I don't know what's going on. Can't think of. What? I have no idea what the other read is. Yeah. Wow, this is really disappointing. I have no idea what the other read is. Two. No, it's not that. Yeah, I just completely space out. Like, it's not. Like, legitimately, what in the world? I guess this is a hard stop. Wow. I can't believe I got a hard stop on this. Hmm. No. 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 I just can't believe I do not know what this is. The sentence doesn't help. I guess it's like something really, really early on. It still relatively mean the same thing. I'm genuinely shocked. I can haidu.
入る
I'm pretty upset right now. And it's still the same as to enter. Oh, haidu it is. Kudos, Japanese. I think it's our only haidu. Or actually, maybe not. It might not be our only haidu. Still got a lot to go on this one. It might actually be our only hai. You gotta love Japanese. Yeah, it's our only hai. And I think it continues to be our only haidu. Yeah. Good job, Japanese. We might as well write something for this then. Let's see. I mean, I guess that just explains itself, right? And you enter the room. Say hi. Oh. Say hi. The eagle. Not be rude. Once in a lifetime. Once in a lifetime. Hopefully that doesn't happen again. Monster. Absolute monster. How you do?
Nikki. Fune.
ビー玉、
モース。
What the? What in the world?
おとなしい。
Okay.
生まれる。
白、
um. Hmm. Um. Music. Got the right. This is another hard stop. Music. We're gonna have to add something to music. I'm still so triggered by Haidu. Let's see. Hmm. I no, I don't think this is a hard stop. There's no other term other than kyoku.
曲、
Kyoku. Okay. I must have had a typo. I'm like looking for it and there's no other term. There's no other read on it. At least not that I'm aware of.
前回、
Recent times is fine.
失礼。
安全、
uh,
あたり。
okay. Oops.
3男の子
Oops. Mm. Oh. Thought it was Gek. Man, I thought it was like the gecko thing, but maybe not. No, that doesn't help. Like to bend.
曲げる
Okay.
大声
Mm.
「直行」「見直す」
Enouse. Okay, fine. Oops.
化ける
What do they um interval obviously not that.
今年
Oh, Kotoshi. Wait, actually. It took Konnen? Interesting. Immediately when I typed it, I was like, Kotoshi.
全日本
王
入れる 北シアトル市
私立大学 2011年穴
文元に地理
What? What the cheaty? What in the world? Oh, maybe. What in the. Oh. That's fine.
10
I was thinking of it in a different way.
安い
Oh, no.
「目玉」
What? Oh. No. They want snake for that.
何日
Excuse me. Whoops. Right. What?
王子
Oh. I probably typed Joe.
先週
What? Oh.
両方 女 早い 向こ
All saying difference.
大人目早口この辺
黒い
Oops.
外交
男の人
20日 引き分け 何月
教室見分ける思い出す
Okay.
色中学生作る
強い
What?
毛虫万ち
立つ 6つ
What? Oh.
砂糖
混じる
よう 平日 文学 毎月 今まで クビになる
Um. Hmm. Well, it's
主に 対策
Mm.
使命 9つ
学年
Oops. Uh-oh. Oh no. Okay.
年末
Dang it. Oh no. Oh no. Man. Heckin' shellfish. Oh no, wait. Oh no. I really thought I knew. I think shellfish is a hard stop, right? Oh no, wait. Oh no, no, no. Shellfish is definitely a hard stop. It's the only use of this term. Or the shell. Right, this is shell. It's the only read. I'm pretty confident. Constantly weak because it has such a limited use. This context. Don't know what it is right now. Kind of humorous. I spent so much effort to remembering bei in Chinese that this it's kai, right?
貝
Pretty sure it's the only use. Yeah, it's just kai. I just gotta remember kai. There's not much else other than kai. It's just like how you do. Just you just hope it gets used. That's about it.
出血
What is... Oh, wait. Then it goes with Kinda. Oh.
冬休み 村人
Oops.
協力 行く
休学 上がる た
多い ナポレオン三世 丸い
南
右
Oops.
8つ
小声
青空
What? Moon? What? Oh.
つける
引く
Oops.
玉
What? What? Oh.
耳打ち
鳥 三角形、金魚、
紙早く日同日
Oops.
6、
先日
Oh wait. Oh right.
土、
That one's still a little bit weak.
組、
What?
通る、
女王
だいたい、
Oops.
思い出
天国、
地中海
Oops.
首、 人口、 町、
号室 名人
Oh no wait. What? Okay.
毛糸、 草、 石ころ、
Oh no.
火星見える
I mean,
名前
こ毎回
hmm.
混ぜる
Uh-oh. Mm. Oh,
用いる
教える
hmm? Oh.
小皿天才男
Wait, no. Dark Moon is yours, right? So it's oh, wait. Oh my gosh, stop. Ah. Wait, what? Oh. No. Oh, it's
正月
alright. I really need to use my mnemonics, but that's not a hard stop. Shell, Kai, and Aidu is a hard stop. Those are some hard stops.
少女あげる
Okay. Got 30 minutes left. Okay. Or so.
フランス人
Like roughly 30 minutes.
当たり前言う
少し明日
What the heck? Wait. Oh, whoops. What? Wait, what?
牛肉
I don't know where my typo is.
二人二世なくなる
Mm.
欠点五つ不人気人々
Uh. Heck.
足す
That's fine. Uh.
手紙 友人
当たる9書く
Oh.
店
Mm.
30代
4005台赤ちゃん
うまい
Umai is a lot of things, but fine.
未来 女子
Um,
宝くじ
okay.
長さ、今月、
What? Oh, wait. Kidding.
死ぬ
気分、
毎年
北西、本社、生きる、
日本安心
Unseen. Fine.
お父さん、
不安
I don't know how to unpeaceful. Not calm. Oh, not calm is acceptable? Okay. Or I might have added that. It's fine. Hmm. What? It's possible? Wait. That's possible. Wait. What the? What the heck? What? Is a hard stop? I am running out of time. Oh no, still got like 29 minutes plus. Oh no, wait, I'm way over time actually. Oh no, I'm not way over. No, it's. What in the hmm. Ku Naka What? Oh, maybe it's like
年中
okay.
時
できる
Uh
登る
right.
じ
風船
左正しい2時半
国民
Oh.
町民
海洋性
回す 科目
Wait, Kamoku. Hamoku. 学校では言う科目 Schoolwork, homework. Courses, programs, subjects. There's just fine. Snap. What did I just type snake instead of snack? Dang.
取る
Flat with an E, of course.
16
No, wait. That's not it. Just kidding. What? What?
少年
Kidding. My hand's starting to cramp up. Oops. What? Oh, I keep typing the wrong thing.
田んぼ
No, that's just kidding.
耳
Oops. Yes. What is this supposed to be? This supposed to be crust? Okay.
何時
作文
Oops. What? And
活用
no shortening. Yo. Katsuyo.
平ら黄色
Alright.
今週
I think we can make it. 22 minutes. A little. It's like 30 minutes. 30 minutes left. Can make it. What in the world?
仕組み
Shikumi. Shikumi. What? Doing as a group. Fine.
Hayashi 考古学
Kongokak is what exactly? I couldn't spell. It's fine. Wait,
羊
is he? Okay. Alright.
Kuruma
午前
東口 今日
Konjitsu. Sorry.
自立
Wait. What?
一生
Oh. or just a single lifetime, I guess.
札
Oops. Oh.
出来上がる。
出来上がる。Let's see. To finish, to be able to finish something, to be able to complete. It is to be finished. Don't even give me that crap. Yeah, don't give me that. Okay.
「南口」「八」
Same difference. Uh,
年下。
魚
I missed.
一本木
Ipongi. Oh. Just kidding.
自分。直す。
赤い 先
交通。
Excuse me.
午後
Okay.
映る
向ける。
Oops.
長い 子犬
歩く、
代わり当てる
2月、
近日
Uh, one line. Uh, like a strike through, like a straight line. Is this a hard stop? I don't think this qualifies as a hard stop. It's T. What was I typing? It needs a mon, right?
一文字
Whoops.
け、
牛
社会、お知らせ、
知らせ。お知らせ。Like a notice. Okay.
走り回る
豚肉、
黒人2台
That's fine too. Same difference. Uh-oh.
7つ
十分
十分. What? I thought it was like every means or something. 十分. Excuse me? What the 十分? It's not 10 minutes. That's not what that is going for. That's 10分. 十分. What in 十分? Like enough? Okay. Plenty, sufficient. I think that's fine. Sure. That wasn't supposed to be angle, that's supposed to be angel.
夏休み
Oi. Alright. That was fine. We have two. I think Jubun is fine. There were two others that were meh, but got like a couple minutes, like 15 minutes to spare from our 2-hour deadline. Our 2-hour limit. Alright, let's go over our mnemonics here. Done. Korea. Guess. Control. Nature. Accept. And Death Star. Okay. Han. Yaku. Se. Chiga. Ki. Yu. Nen. Shiku. Ado. Todo. Not Tado. Todo. Sema. Kata. Ude. Koshi. Pec. Shaku. Sai. So. Ke. cho, shi, sa, kan, shin, hek, ryo, kyo, kan, bu, mu, shitsu, shichi, jutsu, yo, ten, han, gabu. Alright. And then the 2, Haidu. Oh my gosh, Haidu. Please. Enter. And then kite. Of course it's kite. For shell. And we can throw in Jubin. Or sufficient. Why did I think I could think of one more. Probably Ichimonji. We can throw in another one actually. Shotsuki. No. Shogatsu. Shogatsu. For New Year. Yeah. Not bad, not bad. Good burnout day. Exercise the noggin in order to go into our last segment, right? Alright, folks, that's a wrap for Wanikani session today. You're gonna watch this later. Arigatou gozaimasu. Right? Feel free to follow along, pick up Wanikani, try it out for yourself. You're always welcome to share how you work on reviewing old things, you know, covering over fundamentals briskly, trying to see if there's any drops here and there, right? I clearly have a few drops, but that's out of 500, so that's less than 1%, right? We're talking about less than the 1%. Occasionally there's like hiccups here and there, but I think a lot of them deal with typos or gut feelings. Most of my burnouts deal with only gut feelings. I'm not relying on mnemonics. Mnemonics is during the normal routines. This one is as quick as possible, so everything is less than a couple seconds, right? Less than a split second kind of thing. That's kind of the way of it. Anyways, welcome. Come on by, share some anecdotes, right? Exchange some strategies, keep each other motivated. And as always, for those who are only interested in Wanikani, minasan mata ne. Mite kurete arigato. Right. See you guys next time. Thanks for watching. I'm gonna get up, walk around, stretch a little bit, and I'll be back to wrap up Shogun Showdown. Thank you, thank you. All right, folks. Welcome back to our 13th session related to Shogun Showdown. Last session, session 12, was our final gameplay session, and basically wrapped up the recording part of it. Obviously, I'll continue to play it, mentioning the topic of completing the achievements, right? More on that later in this. But this is our 13th session, and at the end of every, like, I call these recording projects or posterity projects, I would end with some sort of candid conclusion, right? So let's go over my spiel of what that is very quickly. Trying to get quicker these days, right? So at the end of every project, there's some arbitrary endpoint, and I call these candid conclusions sections. Right, and what it is typically is to serve as a review, more or less. Review, retrospection, key points, highlights, etc. These are trying to truncate many hours, in this case over 30 hours of stuff, into maybe 2 hours. We're going to try to keep it to 2 hours. It's quite a lot more in depth than I would say most people are approachable, find approachable. So I try to separate them into 3 sections. Right. The first one is by the numbers. Which are the facts, you know, things that are in the game, right? Facts can't be changed. They're there however you want it, however you interpret it, right? And then often I do a special, like, a flavor of it using where you apply profiling. So, or profiling or archetyping. And for brevity, the profiling that we'll be using today would be under the roguelike umbrella, and then the 2 major ones that we'll be focusing on are the aspects of card battlers, and versus deck builders. Now there is a little wiggle room where deck builders, card battlers could be under deck builders, but it'll make more sense in a little bit. So this is where I take archetypes. These are not necessarily facts in the sense of causation. So this is more like correlation. We're using correlation. Right. Facts are observations, right? Observations with no interpretation, right? And then correlations are interpretations of the facts and observations. And if you make it through that, then we get into the last bit, which are my personal anecdotes, right? Personal opinions, I suppose. Personal opinions. And these deal with things like maybe my hot takes, legacy, my personal legacy, maybe future ideas, or more like future ideas are more the wishful thinking, right? Wishful thinking. Or any other things, but in this case it's been very low-key. Usually we would throw in things like FAQs and whatnot, but there weren't any here, right? So that's our usual setup. Really quick, This is the quickest I've ever done this early segment. And of course, we got to provide some disclaimers, right? Oh, and then the personal things. Then we would end the day. There's one last thing, which is a rating. So we would do a rating. And this is the very last part because it's things that people are interested in. So rating will provide it in the scope of a number, right? Out of 10. But it'll be more reasonable with all the stuff before it, right? And then some disclaimers, right? Disclaimers to wrap it up. This is I picked, so this was picked by me. So therefore, it's recommended. That's the hot take. I don't pick things. My time is incredibly limited in the sense of not being a negative thing. It's just that when I choose to do something, if it's picked by me, it's always recommended. Like, if you're gonna ask me, do I recommend doing what I'm doing? If you're my friend, if you know me and stuff, I don't typically do things I don't want to do. So it will, by default, this is picked by me, so it's recommended. I wasn't solicited for this. Like, someone didn't approach me and say, hey, can you try it out and review it for you? I picked it, so it will always be good. That's how I go about it. Like, if I have apprehensions, I pick something because I want to do it, right? So when it's picked by me, it's a want, a desire, and it will work. So when someone understands that, know that I don't really give recommendations to other people. If you're asking me, do I recommend it for myself? I always recommend the things that I choose to do for myself. The stuff before it, the profiling and then highlighting facts, are a way to inform whoever's curious if any of that suits them. But the stuff that's in blue is of my own personal, beyond my own personal takes and my stuff. So these are disclaimers. Like, I always recommend the things I choose myself to do because I found it very interesting. So take that with a grain of salt, right? And then, of course, a last disclaimer, it's not comprehensive. This is not a comprehensive thing. It's, in fact, a summary or a review. So we're focusing on highlights that I think are important. I am not a completionist in the sense of 100%. So if you're looking for some like top self-proclaimed expert professional review something, I'm not none of these things. So this is my personal legacy building, and if I am solicited by something, this disclaimer would change. So in fact, if I'm being solicited, I would probably say I'm part of an advisory role. If someone like asks me for any input, then there would be some professional integrity, right? There'll be some professional integrity and responsibility in line. But this is out of my personal interest. So that's a quick wrap up for the stuff that are probably not as important to many people, but very important to myself, right? Okay, so let's get started. I've been doing this routine pretty well lately. So let's first go straight into the archetypes. I think using the archetypes as a starting point for the facts is great. So we must start with the roguelike. So roguelike / rogue light. So there's anything when it starts with the facts that can be quantifiable and observed right away. Roguelike and roguelite features. It features a run-based permadeath, right? That's for your roguelike things, and then your roguelite, there is soft progress. The most notable feature in the soft progress is your meta currency in the way of skulls, right? So skulls, there's a meta currency that carries for your progress, and then permanent unlocks that soften the blow. So this is often considered the standard contemporary classification for roguelike/light. A light component deals with the soft progress. This soft progress exists because there's a roguelike component of run-based permadeath. These things are not separable, in my opinion. The concepts are related to each other. Like, some people say you could have a roguelike without the roguelite component. Then it's a rogue game. That's it. It's a rogue game. Because a rogue game is if you remove soft progress and have a hard reset, that's a rogue game, right? So we want to be clear about this, or how I'm using this term. Roguelikes and roguelites are not, in my opinion, are not two separate things. They are integrated to each other. So they exist as a pair because it's close to a rogue game, but because of the roguelike component, it's a roguelike game. It's like a rogue game, but it has a light component. So these are in there. There's a meta currency, and how does that work? It goes with shops, right? You have shops that have permanent slots, skills, more diverse skill sets, and weapons, right? These are your classic elements of this. And then all of these are dealing with choice matters, right? Choice into builds. You have your choice into builds per each with a limited currency, right? Which in this case, it's the gold. What else is classic under it? There are character archetypes, so multiple characters. Which presents their special abilities, right? They have your special abilities in which you build around, or you may build around, and they require multiple playthroughs, right? And then we already went through run-based. It's run-based. Some very common classic things are ascensions. So these are called the modifier runs. Basically, ascensions deal with progressive modifiers. Sometimes you can choose, sometimes you can't. This is prescriptional. In this game, it's a prescriptional approach as opposed to a choice approach, which might be something that was considered or not, perhaps. And then, of course, we have bosses, right? We have a wave format, path choice, followed by your boss encounter, right? And then you have so you also have your path choices like branching paths. You have your RNG, right? Your RNG picks. So definitely lots of mulligans. Mulligan system. These are inherently to roguelikes. So we're covering all the stuff that are inherent to roguelikes. So if any of this stuff is interesting, these are the things. Like mulligan system is one of the big like pillars of what makes roguelike feels. Because of the mulligan system, there's an active chance manipulation, right? And then all these other things pulls into that. And I think that's that covers most of the bases for this. There's one last thing, maybe run optimization stuff. So that deals with achievements and statistics, so metrics. So in this case, number of combos, it was like number of combos, runtime, how many hits you got hit with, and turns, how many turns you've done. So those are roguelike elements as well. There's some form of metric keeping on pretty much most of the modern standards, right? So I think we covered pretty much that stuff. I did not include the thing about like how difficult it is, how complex it is. I think that is subjective. It is incredibly spurious. Roguelike games could be almost auto-winning to like it goes on. So we're removing that part. All these things are true no matter how you look at it. Like they are there and that's it, right? So these are the, I should put them in a different color, but that's okay. Oh wait, I know what I would do. So this is our first archetype, right? Our archetype is in this color. I forgot to say that most of this stuff is improvisational. I like to work on my ability to speak on the fly. So this hasn't been written in advance. Okay, so that is all of that. We're good. And then now the interesting part is I'm going to subdivide this. So roguelikes come in many flavors, like a subdivision of roguelikes, and over the years, like maybe the last 5 years. And the two that I want to touch upon to separate them is nowadays some of the ones that smash it out of the park, they tend to be a hybrid of two things, like two very specific things. So a wider audience game, especially a first title, tends to be a hybrid of like two niche games. And the two niche types that I'm going to be talking about today that helps with like framing how interesting this game is, and it may be interesting to you, is someone who's familiar with card battlers versus deck builders. And these are two keywords that have been used attached to roguelikes. There are card battle roguelikes and deck builder roguelikes. Now, lots of games put card battler and deck builder together. So the idea is when you're going deeper into the nuance of things, I want to provide a little bit more resolution between the two, because there are quite a little bit different. I almost wanted to say that the deck builders is more like strategic building versus calling them deck builders, right? But I think this would be sufficient by using these terms. So I'm going to define these terms using a Likert scale, which is typically what I would do. And I would pick two polar, two things that separates them to create some resolution. Let's look at our qualities. So our qualities are, on the one end, this is like oftentimes I've come to understand that the internet likes to do zeros or ones, right? And I wanted to add a little layer of nuance. So I often put the two contrasting things that typically occur related to the thing I'm doing. So when it comes to card battlers and deck builders, oftentimes they talk about minimalistic versus complex. Now, these aren't bad or good words. The idea is, does it take a minimalistic approach or a complex approach? And how I want to phrase this in terms of it is, we're referring to the actions, right? So, we're referring to how the one actions, I'm going to call it the one actions versus interactions. So this is the characterization of card battlers and deck builders. Typically, card battlers have one action per action, like one action per action. So if you move left, you move left. If you use a weapon, it is using that weapon. Meanwhile, deck builders tend to hit the complex stuff where one action leads to 6 actions or 10 actions or multipliers, etc., right? And typically that can be represented in a deck building thing, so or in a card battler, but their interactions are one action interacting with another action, but this is not the same as the complexity of an interaction. So that's one of the separations that I want to talk about in a bit, that it will be a little bit more clear when I give examples, right? Another one is persistence. I think that's how that's spelled. Persistence versus management. So oftentimes card battlers is all about persistence. When you acquire something, there are some management stuff, like you could add durability to the card battler to create limited persistence. But generally speaking, when you're talking about card battlers, they tend to focus heavily on persistence. Consumables are consumables, but generally there isn't a heavy management system for that rivals that of a deck builder. A deck builder, the management of the probability of your deck can greatly affect your outcome. In this case, card battlers are, you gain more tools, and those tools will continue to embellish your flexibility. So hoarding, gaining as many resources, there is no downside to gaining more and more resources. It's part of the card battler's trove. Like, your trove is as big and flexible as your deep pockets. In a deck builder, you have to manage that. Lots of deck builders can punish greed plays. Like, hoarding too much and not knowing when to spend is kind of in Shogun Showdown and sometimes in card battlers, but it's far less emphasized. Yeah, you make good plays, you hoard more gold, you get rewarded for that. In deck builders, you hoard, it can bite you instead. You build something, you can have a lot of things, but they don't come together, right? There's a possibility that mismanagement, despite gaining more resources, mismanagement makes you worse, right? So those are two things that kind of separate between card battlers and deck builders. I think I have two more things. two more distinct things that I wanted to go over. And then I have like a special little surprise in the third one. What else? What other component do I want to go over? I want to go over like the meta game, right? So there's also the idea of the meta game, and oftentimes when it comes to card battlers, a meta game tends to favor efficiency, and then deck builders tend to emphasize variety, right? Or variety in a different way. Well, so efficiency is more like how quickly you can do something, right? How quickly or how simply you can achieve something with each of your actions. Variety is more like how crazy it can get, how elaborate it can get. It can fictitious. So like one part of the metagame is in Shogun Showdown. I think the design for Shogun Showdown is emphasizing on playing again, but how you quickly can execute something with the least amount of input. Like you're not asking to be incredibly extravagant. The game kind of punishes you for being incredibly extravagant. Meanwhile, if you contrast it with like a deck builder, which is also a card battler, Slay the Spire would be considered one, Monster Train would be considered one, where they are card battlers. More so Slay the Spire, they are card battlers and deck builders as well. But Slay the Spire favors more variety in crazy and elaborateness than efficiency, right? These are they're both desirable. The idea is that they're contrasting. If you're designing your game to be efficient, it typically then reduces variety. If they favor persistence, there's less management. If it's minimalistic, then it has less complex interactions. So these are the two, and I think these are a separating feature of card battlers and deck builders that I want to talk about. And then we'll talk about the other stuff that is either in the game or not in the game that it's been related to what I think the future may hold for the developer, right? So let's go back to our facts. So our facts is that where is Shogun Showdown on this list? I think Shogun Showdown is about here. Oh no, I guess this is interpreting now. So I think Shogun Showdown is about here when it comes to the properties. It is far more a minimalistic thing, and I'll talk about why that's the case and how it works to it. And then when it comes to persistence, it's about here too. Shogun Showdown is definitely more, and it's also here. So as you can see, less of a deck builder, more of a card battler on these type of things. These very particular ones is to draw some contrast. It will all make sense in a bit. So what are the things that make it more minimalistic? They call these tiles, but they're represented. Cards can be represented in any way. So they use a tile system, right? Or weapons, for example. Weapons are permanent. So there's no like there's no durability, right? There's no limited use, basically. You pick up a weapon, you can choose to dispose of it, but it's persistent, and you have each one is mirrored in single actions. So weapons are used in single actions, as well as abilities are single action procs. Now, it's slightly not procs are single, with one exception, and there are permutations where like positioning you can have, what's a easier way to say this? So let's just say everything is single action, nearly everything is single action. However, there's at least a potential for maybe procs to chain. There are chain procs here and there, so it's not quite entirely minimalistic. So you can have procs that proc something else, for which was easily the most satisfying thing that can happen, and it's the thing that happens much less because you need a lot of resources. So because of this persistence, there's also limited resources. Very limited resources. And that limited resources can prevent this from happening. Basically, you have one skill that procs another skill, which procs another skill, right? That's kind of the way the satisfaction goes. You knock someone into another thing, it causes that thing to die, which triggers an explosion, which then refreshes your ability, and then curses the other ability, the other character, and then freezes a mob on the same field. Usually, it's limited in the way that it's minimalistic. When lots of people start spawning and you start lagging behind, that's usually very non-conducive. You don't recover from that very well, right? Most things are persistent, so you always use them as they go. There's no waiting, right? It's not a greed mentality, so you don't use greed mentality for this type of thing. And then there's no like deck management, basically, right? This is weapons. Weapons are unlimited, as in there's no cap. So like there's no inventory cap in terms of weapons. Now there is an item cap, so it's not entirely completely persistent because there are one-time use consumables. So that's as far as non-persistent things go. Basically one-time use consumables. Hence, most things are completely persistent, and you kind of get used to that. You kind of get used to that feel because you're always building up. You're not building down. So deck builders tend to go in both directions very rapidly. In fact, building up can be a nuisance a lot of times. So when you're thinking about stuff like in deck building, often you see things like, oh, should I pick this up? It'll adulterate my deck. How many ways can I thin my deck? So like you're building up all the time. So you start limited and then you build up. You know, so it's constantly building up. You're always building up most of the time. Occasionally you might sack something, but it's very rare. It's incredibly rare. At the very top, like nuance levels, like this little gap here, you can utilize things like selling an item while during combat, but since it only requires a very specific ability, it's not part of the core gameplay. It's one of the things that you get as a perk, right? So you're always building up. Everything is persistent, or the large majority of things are persistent. And then we get to efficiency, right? Efficiency is the name of the game. This is less actions. Less actions are rewarded. Speed is rewarded. Sort of. Or shown. Speed is not necessarily just time, but more like you're rewarded for doing things quickly, because the more you do, the more laborious it can be, right? You want to execute. It's kind of like part of the whole samurai thing. You want to execute with preciseness, exactness. So things like exact damage, for example, exact damage, doing just enough is a thing, right? So it's always just enough. You're not looking to see how far you can spike something over. Like being able to deal excess damage to a boss may be a thing that the game doesn't reward. The game literally does not reward that. There's no like overkilling bonuses. The one thing that it does have that makes it less efficient is combo gaming. So that's when you do combo kills, like multi-killing. Multi-killing is the closest thing to triggering the deck builder's variety feel. Like when you sit there, you greed a turn and you eliminate like 5 or 6 enemies at once. Usually 5 is like a pretty solid number at the top end. So you're typically not rewarded for combo gaming. And combo gaming typically involves deck building. Like the whole act of combo gaming is to create interactions, like massive interactions. And those interactions require management, because you have to set up the combos, right? So there is some element of that, but it's very, very far between. The key to success, the idea is that each action is very separated, premeditated, and you perform each action as you go. You're not setting up something and then watching it just go, right? It has a very minimalistic, persistent elegance to each of your moves. Build up to a whole, but you don't see them in its complexity. You see them in their simplicity, their efficiency, right? And that's where I think Samurai Showdown, Shogun Showdown is very strong. So if any of these things are interesting, like always having to do just enough exact damage, we're not talking about just enough as in danger. So this is not the same as just enough, like it's, so I'm gonna put this in blue. It's not the same as scrappy. Like scrappy or dog fighting. I think dog fighting is far more on the deck builder side. This is about precision. So it comes off as more like being precise. So you're being efficient. You're a precise, it's rewarded for precision. Precision and accuracy. Not min-maxing. Not the same as, it's not the same as min-maxing. So if the enemy has 4 HP and you set it up to know that you have 4 HP, you're not overkilling or underkilling. You're being precise and accurate. Min-maxing is typically on the deck builder side, where it's like, well, you know, I know the boss only has 60 HP, but I can do 8,000 to the boss. That's cool. Let's, you know, how can I do 16,000 instead? Or how can I do 800 in 10 different ways? That's not, I do not believe that is in the design of philosophy of Shogun Showdown. Each run can feel is different. It can feel different based on your build. But generally, if you aim to min-max, it's wasted. It's not wasted action, but it's de-incentivized action. There is literally no reward for achieving that type of thing. Deck builders, deck builders don't reward that either. However, their building philosophy is the joy of being able to do that is built because of the act of their complexity. In this game, the idea is your weapon has a lot of redundant features. So what is also a characteristic of Shogun Showdown is that weapons have redundant uses. So if you have a melee weapon, having another melee weapon, there's a redundancy. You want to trim it. You want to be efficient. So it's kind of like, can you secure a melee weapon, right? Are you able to secure a melee weapon that maybe complements your range weapon, which also complements your utility? But it is not necessary that all of these interact with each other. Like, they don't have to interact with each other. In a deck builder, it's almost like when you play through the game, it's almost necessary. You have to understand how they interact with each other because it's the synergistic. So these, oftentimes, these things, they're separate. They're separate moving parts. This game focuses on separate moving parts. Your melee is as strong as your melee goes. Melee doesn't necessarily lead into range, and range doesn't necessarily lead into utility. They are separate purposes, and most of the weapons and skills file under individual things. So you need something for range, you need something for melee, you need something for utility. The utility may not necessarily set up for everything, right? It's not a theme. Like in the deck building world, you could make an incredibly efficient melee or like a thing, and it would overpower all the others. So you can make an entirely quote-unquote range-based damage, and it would circumvent all of the obstacles. In this game is checking the box. So securing these makes you, it's a horizontal game, I guess. I guess it's another way to say it. It's a bit of a horizontal game. You have to cover and line up all your bases. There's no like, oh, if you go straight melee, it will be more efficient. It will be more efficient, and that will make you move quicker, be rewarded better, more adaptive. Not really. You're going to need to cover your bases. In a deck builder, if you build properly, you can win in a way that it can even compensate for metagame. Occasionally in deck builders, there are bosses that would meta you, right? And that happens way less frequent in deck builders than in card battlers per se. Because if you go in and there's a boss completely designed on range, having melee is going to be a tough time. You can probably still like grunt through it and all that, but generally speaking, it rewards horizontal building. You have to manage your melee, manage your range, and manage your utility, and they don't interact with each other most of the time. If you kill something in melee, it's not going to boost your melee and your range utility. And then if you do a utility move, most of the time it doesn't bolster your melee or range output, right? Meanwhile, in deck building, the whole goal is to try to figure that out. Like, how can you get this melee card to interact with this range card, and what else can you do to get them all to interact with each other? This provides an elegance to this, though. That's one of the elegance of card battlers. Each of your actions build up and plays out in a course of time. While deck builders can be... deck builders usually is about how you synergistically output as many gain of actions or interactions as possible, because you can build the deck really well. It's kind of like seeing someone OTK something. Actually, OTKing is like kind of one of the most satisfying things about deck builders versus a card battler, which is again, it's more like it's not so much a scrappy dogfight. It's more like well planned. Everything is well planned out. So at the end of by the time you get to the end of the game, you're like, well, I could do this and the boss will never touch me. Like, they will never touch me. So you can pave a path regardless of how difficult, like all the prescriptional stuff. You can get to a point where you know everything. And there's so much resolution because it's one turn at a time. One turn at a time, one-to-one action. There's barely any complex interactions that you can manage all of that in your head. So it's to the point where no hit is a thing, right? You get no hit. I can't imagine what it's like to do a no hit run in Slay the Spire. Is that even possible? Actually, maybe Fictitious might know. But usually deck builders deal with exchanging. There's quite a lot of exchanging. There's also defensing and endurance. This game's about precision, right? Precision and accuracy. So you can have no hit runs and the like. It would be kind of interesting to see if there was a no hit run in Slay the Spire. Huh. So what does that mean, really? Basically all the stuff is on the left, right? I will give some opinions of my own on what that characterizes deck builder on this. Complex interactions. So we're talking about things that are missing that are kind of in Shogun. So we're gonna say 3 third and plus layer of multipliers. The reason why I'm saying is because there is a curse mechanic in Shogun that doubles damage, right? That's as close. And then there's the kunai. Kunai has a attack multiplier. And then there's double strike. So to add a few things on the list, there are strict multipliers. We have like enchantments like double strike. Actually, pretty much enchantments. They're called enchantments. Weapon enchants. Those are where you have a second layer of like interaction. And there's a couple weapons that have 2 layers of interaction, like double directions, dual directions. Kunai is a great one that has a multiplier based on power. So the power equals multiplier, which is, you're gonna find out that if you're someone that is interested in deck building, right? Which is I'll reveal what my biases are when it comes to these, but third layers, you would immediately say, I can build around this. And that's what I did in the background. When I was like going up to the higher tiers, it's all about the multipliers, the 3-layer multipliers. So like kunai would be immediate picks. You scale up kunai, you can do crazy things, right? It works with so many things, but it's rare in this game. It's far rarer in this game. So third plus or higher layer multipliers, kind of like your 30%, you know, the joking like 30% of 10% times 2, which one comes first, like, and then there's also stacking. I'm borrowing this term from Magic the Gathering, right? MTG, stacking effects. So this isn't the same as stacks. So, but this game doesn't have stacks either. So they're also in one, it's both stacking and stacks. So this is a battle or a fight. Deck builders tend to be less waveform, which in this in Shogun Showdown is completely waveform and then boss, right? The fights don't last long enough for stacking basically order of operations. There is stacking. I'm not saying it's avoid of stacking. And then stacks, as in like counters. There are examples of them, but they don't form the major things. So going back over here, there are stuff like there's a weapon that stacks damage each turn. Each passing turn, or each kill, right? Each takedown. And then there are 3 operations. You can have up from 1 to 3 action stack. And that's as far as it goes with stacking. So this stuff is, I have a guilty pleasure for this stuff, so you still can do some of it. It's just far less than the deck building side of things. Deck building side of things, the stack could be like 7. Sometimes you create things where you don't know if the game is going to crash from the stacks. And then, you know, there are stacks, there are infinite loops, right? There's also infinity. We have infinity things, which is one of the meta games we're about to go to once we get to meta games, but it's part of the deck building things. You're not doing infinities in this game. So if you're going on a power trip or something, or being rewarded for your ability to stack stacks while stacking actions and then causing combos that may lead to infinite loops, that's not this. It's not a variety game. It's a minimalistic game. So and what's great about that is that they focus on persistence, because persistence mean that while you don't have infinite loops, all the stuff you use is consistently there. And to get infinite loops and combos and stuff leads into our next thing, which is the management. Management is what allows the things that create management. It allows you to move your stuff, so flexibility in build, right? Which goes with variety as well. Flexibility in build creates the opportunity to create combos and infinite loops. This is the bane. This is the major focus a lot of times, right? This is the double-edged bane of deck building. You don't have that. There's no, like, again, very subtle management. Very, very subtle. I think the most management you can have is with your consumables. That's probably the largest management. So if you would like the idea of having tons of options, like constantly tons of options, I say this, but in roguelike games, you have tons of options, but you only have few choices. Those are a difference, right? So there are tons of builds, tons of paths that you know exist. but very few choices you may be able to make. But that's one of the things about deck building. In Shogun Showdown, a card battler, you actually have quite few paths. But all the paths are meaningful. So it's kind of like you'll always have wonderful picks, or like you're always building up. When you pick up something, it's going to be useful. How useful it is what you're what you're kind of managing. So you're trying to gain efficiency, right? You're always gaining efficiency, which is down here. In deck builders, you could pick like 5 or 6 different things and you might not even gain efficiency. You have to complete it before you really realize it. So oftentimes the biggest bane is when you build towards something, you may never realize it. Like realize the final output. Like it has to be managed to be completed in order to do so. Shogun Showdown, once you get something, you can make it work. Once you get something, you can make it work. You can upgrade it. It's always going up. You're upgrading it. Always upgrading it, right? When you pick something, it is functional no matter what. Meanwhile, in deck builders, when you pick something, it could be dead. It could be a dead draw. You could legitimately start getting worse with poor picks. That does not happen in Shogun Showdown. It can get harder because the boss and the stages are harder, but your character is getting better. The thing is, the boss and the stages can outscale you, right? And that happens in deck builders too. But sometimes you can pick and you can make yourself worse without the boss ever scaling. Like that's why management is a really big thing, and it's something that if you can utilize the management in the limited Shogun Showdown, it kind of makes it way easier as well. So I'm not saying there isn't management. Consumable management, I'm trying to know where to go, like what shop you want to go to. That can greatly increase your like efficiency, right? So there is still choices, and in a way I have to note when it comes to management, right? Management and persistent, you know almost everything. At some point, because the game is minimalistic and in action, it's really you. So this is kind of a double-edged, because if you know everything, then you're also expected, like the high levels of play, you're also expected to not screw up, right? So the thing is, the upper limit is as fast as possible and never making a mistake, right? Because you know everything. You can plan everything. The system is not so gruelingly complex that you're not trying to nickel and dime every single detail. In a deck builder, I mean, I guess some people can do the math in their head. I can't do the math in my head. I understand cause and consequence. So correlation with high probabilistic success. So I make picks based on understanding the process of the interactions. I do not know how much they're going to do, like where I should go sometimes, what are the odds of this. Shogun Showdown has persistence and so minimalistic that when you play the game and you become like really knowledgeable about it, you're not expected to ever lose. Most of the time you're expected to win almost without resistance, because for someone who is very akin to deck building, right? If you're someone who keeps track of cards already, look at probabilities of how to get your infinite loops and stuff, the management of this game will make you feel like you nearly can't lose. The only mistakes you make are you're the reason. Like, oh, you accidentally skipped a turn when you didn't mean to. That's on you. There's no other. So one of the most satisfaction you get from especially card battlers, I'll go into pseudo card battlers and whatnot a little later. Card battlers, that is the reward. That's one of the biggest things about card battlers. When you get rewarded for always knowing exactly how to go about things. You can defeat a boss before even getting to the boss. You know exactly what you're going to do, and that boss will never win. Like, so near the end when I'm doing like no hit runs and stuff, you already inherently want to speed run and do no hit runs. Again, I've already voiced I don't like no hit runs. I'm not the biggest fan of no hit runs, but what happens is card battlers make you seek perfection. Deck builders don't. Deck builders have this scrappy nature. So the scrappy nature I'm talking about is in deck builders, there's this very element of compromise. So you have to compromise and sacrifice. Like you have to get hit now to save for later, or pick up a building block knowing that this will make the run awful now, like now, but it could pay out later. So there's greed involved, and there's some slight greed in Shogun Showdown, but there is, like, it's pales in comparison. You're not making any greed plays. You're simply picking the most efficient option and you're good to go, right? Always pick the most efficient option and you win. Now the question is, did you pick efficiently enough to win to perfection, to the top? In deck building, it's more like, oh, you know what? Oh man, if I pick this one, I could get two other things. But if I don't get those things, then I'm just royally screwed, right? That excitement, it does not exist, in my opinion, in Shogun Showdown. It's more like, all right, I'm going to pick this. I know that I have two chances that this is going to happen, and it's about almost guaranteed. So we just walk in, and it's like, okay, well, I didn't get that, but all these other things have redundant functions, right? So, like, okay, you don't have a guard, but you'll have health. And then if you don't get the health, so all of the stuff are really fine-tuned to be redundant. So, oh, you didn't get the katana. So, you know, the katana, you get a meteor hammer instead. It's like, okay, well, that's good enough. It's like, well, you didn't get the that, so you got dual blades. All three of them are redundantly useful. So your choices always go up. There's rarely ever a dud unless you're really missing the mark. And what I mean by really missing the mark is you think somehow when you go to play a game like Shogun Showdown, you think having 4 smoke bombs is the greatest thing. You can still win with all smoke bombs. They're still redundant. So in deck building, you just can't possibly win without understanding the fundamentals and the interactions. And when you're going up to a higher level and like getting into nuance, your odds just tank without understanding the complexity, the 3rd and 4th layers of complexity in the game. So not like that. So in a way, I can almost say, in my personal opinion, card battlers feel a lot more, if they're like really focused on card battlers, they often are far more casual friendly. That's trendy now. I'm not saying it's people will always like card battlers more than deck builders. I'm talking about at the moment, it's quite trendy to balance not having to get third, fourth layer complexity. That's always that tends to be associated with hardcore. They don't want to think that far ahead. But the nice thing about this game is it kind of gets you to think ahead in a different way. So you think ahead in single units, you think ahead in smaller actions, and those smaller actions build up to large consequences. In deck builders, the consequences and actions in building are conceptual. They are constantly conceptual until they are complete. So like you can get to the point where, oh yeah, you secured 6 of the 7 pieces. But if the 7th piece never comes, or how you get to that finished product or that sufficient product, it requires you to already know where it's going. And you have to gamble on those things. I don't think that's not present in Shogun Showdown, which can be very friendly because I think when it comes to not being able to actualize, so one of the benefits of this is card battlers help you actualize things very quickly. All your moves feel meaningful all the time, right? Feels meaningful. The units, the minimalistic, the persistence, it feels meaningful. All your smaller actions feel meaningful. But deck building is one of those things where it is, I almost want to just, it's not that deck building doesn't have a process or anything, but the end result is huge. End result feels big. Now, you thinking about the end result is the satisfaction. Like, can you pull it off? In Shogun, you're pulling it off regardless of where you are. You're always pulling it off. Like, you have to no-hit all the stages to feel good. You're consistently building up. So it's like a linear curve a lot of times. Maybe sometimes exponential curve. In a deck builder, it's like sloppy all over the place. It can dip and then suddenly just spike because you secured the one key card, right? The one key component. I don't think there was a time where there are one rare example, but even then it's not true. There isn't a decision in Shogun Showdown where you pick it and you're like, I won. That's it. Like, or you know, you're like, oh, this is good, I know exactly what I'm gonna do. You just pick something and you're gonna make it work, and you just build on it. So it's always incremental. There are a few exceptions that aren't that big of an exception, really. Like, for example, there's a combo coin that you get extra coins for doing combo kills, but you have to combo kill to get it. So when you get that ability, it's like, oh yeah, this will make everything easier. But that's if you can consistently do it. So pretty much everything in Shogun Showdown requires consistency. In deck building, you can have wild swings. Like the moment you know, oh, the difference between a godlike run versus like a scrappy run is that you accomplish your build or your idea in 2 different positions. You got it at the end of it, near the end of the game, that's scrappy. If you get it early, that's godlike, right? I don't think ever when I was playing Shogun Showdown was like, oh, okay, I secured these 2 weapons. That's it. You know, just auto, like just keep on clicking, do the same thing. Just that's never happened. At least not even close. Like you can get even good runs like, oh, I need plus damage here. That's great. I need plus damage here. You still have to work for it. You constantly have to work for it. You can play like really low diff and it still feels like you have to work for it, right? That's kind of the idea of the reward. You have the worker's reward and then the conceptual, right? I think in both cases, it does reward brain power, right? Only one is actualized in smaller increments, and then deck builders are actualized in leaps and bounds, right? It's all over the place. You can feel like you had the worst run you've ever done, and it does not necessarily impact your opinion about your ability to play the game, unless it's consistently terrible, right? Over the concepts. In Shogun, your runs are predicated on your consistency. So the moment you're not consistent, everything falls apart. In deck builder, you can recover too. So not only are there big swings in your deck design, there's also big swings in your recovery. So for example, you can go from 1 HP because you sacrificed all your HP to get something, and then immediately become infinite HP the next turn because you've already the next round because you already know that you sacrificed it. In Shogun Showdown, if you're down to 1 HP, then you're always under pressure. Maybe you can get lucky sometimes and get like double healing items, but your run is already screwed. Like it's already a bad run. Like it doesn't like get better because the game rewards you from recovering from the brink. There's none of that. It rewards consistent perfection. So it's to the point where near the end, getting hit once feels like the world ended. I kid you not. Like I wanted to flip a table when you get like hit once. I'm like, ugh. And that's what I mean. That's what I feel about card battlers. So that's the stuff that I wanted to cover for the stereotypes of my personal things. Now, I got some personal. I want to throw some curveballs into this. Right? And what color did I have it? Okay. So now, I use different colors. That's okay. But let's go here. I want to throw some curveballs. Now, there's something that I've omitted a lot, right? There are aspects of this game that there's not much detail around because I think that's for a future thing. So, roguelikes are not just deck builders, like roguelike deck builders and roguelike card battlers. There are other genre that I didn't want to touch, the subgenre, because they make for a great area to talk about that is missing. One of them is story. So we have story, right? And oftentimes story, I always choose the two things, and that's lore versus narrative. So lore is often doing things like atmosphere, like environment centric, theme centric, right? World, right? Environment, world centric, and then narrative is character centric, right? Character centric, telling centric. So it's about dialogue, so dialogue centric, right? And like interaction, character interaction centric, not interaction with the environment, theme, or the world. And in this game, that's something that isn't part of the game. Like I didn't introduce the other one. The other games that can happen when you have card battlers. So I'm gravitating that Shogun is for card battlers, people who enjoy card battlers. But card battlers can be RPG games, right? And one of the RPG games is that RPG games can go in this direction of balancing between lore and narrative. Oftentimes, the card battlers that I'm familiar with they tend to lean towards narrative character telling and dialogue interactions. But not that far, because the lore, theme, and environment can come in the presentation of like vignettes. So in this case, Shogun Showdown. In this case, Shogun Showdown is far heavier. It's pretty much all lore, right? And the idea is lore tends to emphasize inference. Like, oh, you can even argue music. Music often is used in the lore sense, in the atmosphere. So we're gonna separate music to atmospheric music or thematic music versus emotional music. I'm not gonna say theme music because both sides is theme. So in this way, this is more of a first game indie developer resource thing, right? Narration, character telling, dialogue interaction, that requires script writing, right? Story writing, like a script basically, and then it requires a whole host of instrumentation that you have to write music for the characters and for the situations, which this is not that type of game, right? This is a first game. It's an indie dev. It's one of those things. It's for future sequel kind of things. Like where can Shogun Showdown? I'm gonna say Samurai Showdown a lot because of the SNK title, but Shogun Showdown, this could be a future direction, right? Typically an indie developer that got their hits with their fundamentals, like their mechanics, they would go into next the risk-taking part, the one that costs a lot of money but only has a one go around, and it's typically story. Like lore, environment, theme, world, once it's experienced, it's fairly difficult to get a replayable value. So the investment is really high and the return is not as great for a non-mechanical game. But this could be the future where they could go into RPGing, and RPGing is typically separate. Where it is now, so this is where it is now. So you have your theme, your music, which I've been playing in the background, right? It's very fitting. The solo dev ended up collaborating with the composer to add music to it. It's very thematic. It jives with the theme, right? And then the character designs and animation and weapons and the description and the references all provide the lore of the game. So basically the developer is inferring all these things and have the basis to possibly go into narration in the future, right? Like one direction they can go is towards this direction, right? That's now, but later go towards this. But again, I've talked about this quite a lot when it comes to story-driven games. They're very tough in terms of budget, feasibility, like scalability in general, management, because stories don't pay back over and over again. It requires very extraordinary, timeless pieces, so it can really restrict your ability to build a game, right? Lore is far more replayability friendly than a narration. So like we can give an example, like this year would be Clair Obscur. Now I played the game twice, and you know, the second time you pick up more details than the nuances more than the overall general idea. That's as much as you go. But in terms of lore and stuff, Clair Obscur integrates a bunch of lore environments so that the exploration, the re-exploration, is buffered. But the main narrative can dramatically have diminished impact for the common consumer. Replayability, we're gonna use a different one, Silksong. Because of the lore aspect. In fact, actually, Silksong added a bit. Hollow Knight was entirely lore-based, environmental theme-based, and vignetting. Silksong has a little less vignette now because actually Silksong has a speaking protagonist. So they are trying in their way to create some narration. So they're already heading towards that direction. But the idea is it's not only a cost-cutting measure, but it's also like a mechanical measure, in my opinion. Not only is it great for business, it's also for creative freedom and liberties. Lore creates that mystique, right? It allows the player to have emergent experiences. Narration limits that. Now, so it can be a big hit or miss. If the entire narration and characters are just completely dislikable, it's very difficult to circumvent that, right? It can leave a very... For me, I'll talk about what my preferences are, my personal biases. So that's one place that I feel like Shogun Showdown can move towards. There will be a future where, like, it's kind of like going from Darkest Dungeon to Darkest Dungeon 2, right? Which I haven't played the second one. But what they did was they made it more intimate on the characters. They try to create more narration and characters development instead of relying on the vignetting of voiceless people, right? Voiceless characters and whatnot, and focus on the core mechanics. So it can be a hit or miss, right? That's what happens. There's one other aspect that I did not talk about that was not present, so I wouldn't have talked about it in like card battlers and deck builders to some extent, is action roguelikes. So it's under action. So we're talking about the lines of like Hades and even like Silksong. We already mentioned Silksong. Hades 2 is on my mind right now. So Hades 2 1.0 launch is September 25th. So this month, as in less than 2 weeks. I haven't decided when I'm going to play Hades 2. I already own the copies. It's been how long in early access? I don't remember. Like maybe over a year now? Maybe slightly under a year, actually. Slightly under a year. So I still have that. So Hades 2 is an action roguelike. Silksong is technically an action roguelike, but it's a Metroidvania, right? The form of exploration is not tied to its action-oriented things. And then there's platforming. Right, there's verticality for platforming. So the different actions could become a platformer, or the mode of exploration can create things like Metroidvania. Right, these are future directions, but in terms of action, the thing I wanted to highlight is kind of related to the minimalistic thing. The idea is precision and kinetics versus rumination and calculation. So in other words, hyper turn planning versus real time, which can be the future for the Shogun Showdown universe. And that's where Hades and Silksong comes in. Hades and Silksong, obviously, these are a great example of this. It's precision, kinetics, and real time. That's one of the other golden gooses of roguelike games. Now you have the combination of everything that makes a roguelike, right? Which is your run-based permadeath, soft progress, and then you can add in your RPG elements, right? Your RPG elements, which creates lore in the sense of like Hades. There's the loop. The loop creates that lore-based thing, while it has narration in the dialogue. Silksong now has dialogue and the lore-based exploration. Exploration is lore-heavy, right? So here, Shogun Showdown kinda involved this to some extent, because what it's trying to emulate far more, so it's not over here. Shogun Showdown is over here. It's on this side right now. Its elements, despite being, you know, we know that it's turn-based, but the element of action games, like action games that have kinetics, right, check and precision, is the idea that you're aiming for perfection. It leans towards perfection because every action matters. Every small action matters. And when the actions become so small, they are real time. Meanwhile, when you have calculated risk involved, we're talking about what is a great example over here. Roguelike games that have this type of thing. We have, it's borderline RTS and 4X games or grand strategy games. I was gonna say something like possibly even like XCOM. And if you're thinking, well, the XCOM isn't a deck builder. Like, well, they did make a deck builder. It's called the Rising. I forgot what that collaboration is. A hybrid, anyways. Midnight Suns, right? Midnight Suns. I haven't played Midnight Suns. I might play it just because in the future. So Midnight Suns. And then RTS, you can probably pick like a... And we're not talking about RTS in... oh, not RTS, sorry. I'm talking about how does it? TTS? Tactical... No. Or like TT... Oh, jeez. Acronyms. Like, TTBS or something? Turn-based strategy games. Tactical turn-based strategy games. And then 4X would be underneath that. Like Civilization, etc. as well. So these games gear towards like the right side, which is kind of closer to deck building in general, instead of going towards real time. But you could make a Shogun Showdown game like that and have the tile mechanics go on cooldown and stuff, right? Hades has cooldowns. The way you bridge this is you add CDs, right? Cooldowns, active cooldowns. So you can kind of imagine a Shogun Showdown game that ends up being a isometric action roguelike. Or they can go into Metroidvania, a fun turn-based strategy game that's a Metroidvania that I've played was Monster Sanctuary. And that is quite the rage too at the moment. Creature collectors kind of lean towards being able to do an exploration type thing with the turn-based strategy game, still in part. Card battlers are closer to creature collectors than they are to deck builders. Card battlers, each monster represents the separate archetypes. So for example, Shogun, I just say Shogun Showdown 2 Clash of Clans or something. It's probably not Clash of Clans, but you can feature your characters in a different way. You can make your characters into groups. So the Ronin Wanderer, you have 5 characters, right? And those 5 characters can be built as a collector. You can build like 5 more characters, and what you do is you expand the roster, and then the roster themselves will have builds like tiles, and those tiles represent persistent mechanics. Hence the card battler. So that's what makes card battlers incredibly identifiable. In deck building, the decks themselves, the whole pool of the deck represents the archetype you're playing. Like Slay the Spire has 3 separate deck pools with a mutually shared neutral pool, right? It is a customization of the character themselves, not the theme of them. So Shogun card battlers kind of get closer to creature collectors than that, right? You're building characters off of their archetypes far more heavily. That doesn't mean it doesn't exist in Slay the Spire. It just happens to be a lot more flexible. So that could be where it's going. I think if there is things to consider, the golden goose is integrating a bit of RPG elements and an action component. Right now, Shogun Showdown does the position stuff, right? And then the micro movements. Lots of the micro movements is what makes it far more action oriented. It feels like a, precision kinetic thing. In fact, if you're a quick thinker, which if you cluster all your movements in Shogun Showdown, it feels like you're just inputting things. So like it'd be left click, drag, click, 1, 2. If there were shortcuts on the tiles, I would probably use shortcuts and just play with my left hand, right? And you would just input a sequence. It's supposed to emulate, in my opinion, it's creating that phonetics of precision and kinetics. Hades 1, I played Hades 1, of course, and waiting for Hades 2. Hades 1, it feels fantastic when you absolutely raffle stomp through all of them and you can not get hit at all. You can like absolutely eviscerate people, and it's based on precision and kinetics. Like when you have a forward momentum, you get in there and you start wiping the floor. Like in Shogun Showdown, when you scale up, when your decisions scale up above the thing you're doing, it's like clockwork. So you don't ever sit down and wait. You go like move left, move right, push them over, push them into the other thing, execute, and then repeat, and then reposition yourself. So all those things become very kinetic, right? Deck builders do not have kinetics most of the time. Either your machine is working, so then you crank the machine. It's not in response to the situation. You crank your machine. Your machine is ready to bulldoze through everything. In Hades, right? Hades combines the two. Builds can create bulldozing, right? It creates the ARPG, the ARPG feel. It officially becomes an ARPG the moment your build is complete in Hades, and it is a action game, like a FromSoft game, or like a game that requires you to be responsible for every one of your actions, right? Until your build is complete. So that's what creates the hybrid nature. And these are I'm not saying one is better than the other. I feel that if you capture these sentiments, that's stacking golden gooses, right? And understanding that if you do one thing, you can't do both of them. On these scales, like if you're trying to be more turn-based, oftentimes it gravitates towards grand strategy. Like what is the conceptual build up and whatnot. So oftentimes the right hand, so much like what I'm saying now, I ordered these from left to right. All the things on the left seems to be concordant with each other, and this is all correlation, obviously, and then prediction. My thoughts are, I've situated everything that tends to line up in the current indie scene, or however you qualify the indie scene now. Those are the things that line up really well. A lore-based game, an RPG, so you have an RPG, hard battler, a lore-based hard battler, action roguelike. That's one of the gold standards. Like one of the current like expectations. They really work well together. The efficient playing with persistent build up, so you're always going up, not down. So efficient, persistent, and minimalistic, like tight, really tight action controls. That's what Shogun Showdown already has. Like, the developer is really good at this, right? I think they understand all of that. And then, all the things, the by the numbers stuff, that's resource dependent. If you want more characters, you need more resources, like, to make the game, right? If you want more shop skills and stuff, and more run bases, more mulligan systems, that's all resources. But from a creative standpoint, like when it comes to philosophies, like things, having more lore and a form of exploration, right? So we're missing exploration. Exploration tends to be a lot more lore heavy than it is narrative. Narrative takes you, the character is the focus of how they interact. So oftentimes if you're heading towards the deck builder side, like the heavy deck builder side, adding narration and characters and like dialogue has a very cooperative pace with deck building, like heavy deck building. Like, oh, it's kind of nice to take a break, because the people who enjoy methodically and ruminating on them tend to be open to sitting there listening to some narration and some in-depth story or something. Meanwhile, when you're thinking about exploration, lore, kinetics, and precision, you're going fast. Sometimes I feel that Hades, the story is great. I really love it, but I can clearly imagine when someone's like, yeah, okay, next, let's get on to our next precision kinetics, like boss, like what's the next boss, right? You have FromSoft games, right? FromSoft is a great example where it's the atmosphere, the theme, the music that atmospherically gives you that feeling that you're conceptually in the moment. Meanwhile, you have something like Clear Obscure that has a different balance, where when you listen to the music, it elicits a scene that you're otherwise not even playing. Like, it elicits the character's feelings and elicits what dialogue could be happening there, or how you should be feeling during that. When you're fighting a boss, if a music is making you feel sad and defeated, that's kind of in contrast to wanting to beat the boss, right? But there are exceptions to these rules, but generally speaking, the music takes the back seat a lot of times when it comes to kinetics and precision, and that's what Shogun Showdown already has in spades. So in my opinion, in the future, we could see, the developer is still making games. We could see a game that is going to double down on lore, so bigger environments, maybe add an environment section to it. So what you can do is the presentation can be different. When it comes to these things, you can make instances. So instanced a game. What's an instance game? That's like you have a map, but you can roam around, interact with various things, but you can see instead of going, you can go away from the path design, right? Go away from pathless kind of like a path lesser design, and then now you can walk around and tackle the actually navigate to the boss or truck over things. Like you might be able to create an interesting thing where if you have certain weapons or certain skills at specific times, different paths open, right? And they can be thematic of the world around them, or the paths are different because the characters are different. They go through different paths because they can access different paths in the world. That creates more lore and environment. There was already some of this that you can see because this is taking loose adaptation of Japanese stuff. So like Tokuga, like Nobunaga is in it, right? Sato and them are named after Ieyashi is, those are prominent. The only one that I know the best is probably Nobunaga, right? So you already have themes going, which can make your characters be related to those characters. But usually lore is like, it's very cryptic, it's sparse, and it gives you that atmosphere. But outside of that, there are no details or nuances of the characters, right? Or you go ham on the other side. What's an example of the closest thing I can think of in terms of a card battler that is an RPG in the narrative sense is Hand of Gilgamesh. Hand of Gilgamesh. And I believe there's a sequel that I have not played. Or there might be a sequel. Hang on. I don't know if there was a sequel yet. No, I don't think there's a sequel. I'm basically waiting. Yeah, there's no plans yet. I'm not sure if there's going to be a plan. But Hand of Gilgamesh was a card battler RPG. It was a card battler RPG. Here, and it weighed on narration and characters, so you could go there. I mean, again, these are all desirable. They just take away from each other a lot of times. Like when you focus on one, it kind of takes away from the other. So it sometimes when it comes to story, you can go straight down the middle. It is possible. And I think having an action RPG or an action-oriented RPG, you can do a hybrid thing where one action is free, like a movement. Movement is free, right? But actions are not. Actions are like tile-based, something like that. Which a lot of mainstream games do. For example, Clair Obscur is a great example, right? Clair Obscur. But I could talk about like a Dragon. The Like a Dragon franchise is now using that free movement while having the turn-based system. There's quite a lot of variances. In fact, even Supergiant Games' earlier game, like Supergiant had Transistor. Transistor dealt something with that. Even Pyre, actually. Pyre had a mixed system. So there are plenty of examples where you can have an action component and a turn-based component. Clair Obscur is pretty much that now, where like they kind of hit the narrative hard, right? They hit the narrative hard, check. The lore was hit pretty hard too. So they kind of did the shining aspect of Clair Obscur is the story, which incorporates the music in both sense. Like the atmospheric music is fantastic, but it's second to the character storytelling music, right? So they still lean harder on narration than lore. And you can also argue that because most people don't necessarily talk about the act where the lore was the biggest, the biggest lore in the game was Act 3, and it was well overshadowed by the powerful Act 1 and 2 when exploration was linear, or exploration was held by the narration, and Act 1 and 2 was far like more overshadowing the rest. It's still good, but they contrast with each other. When you focus on the narration and the characters, it often puts lore, environment, theme in a back seat, right? So that's kind of why these are on the side. And Clair Obscur then did not do deck building. Actually, I lied. If I had to characterize Clair Obscur, they catered to deck builders a bit more, but it played out like a card battler. So the deck building part is the system, the internal system. It's kind of like the material system, the Lumina system, and basically elicits the deck builder quality. If I equip this and equip this, it would interact with each other. However, they took it from a card battler perspective. Basically, if you put all the things together that seems to be together, you're always going up. As long as you're equipping something, it always goes up. So it rarely ever goes down, right? You can make your character suck more when you equip in deck builder. Nevertheless, it captures a lot of the building aspects of deck building while giving that essence of card battlers, right? Your characters are the characters you build over time. And then they leaned in on incorporating an action component, which is the dodge, parry, jump, and I forgot what the last thing's called. Gradient blocks. So you have a action component to your setup component, and there is no setup in Clair Obscur. So I mean there is like 10% setup. So all your setup is conceptual in the building process, but the action when you're in a combat is not setup material. That's where the deck building thing shines. When you're a person who's into setup, you spend like 10 turns setting up something. It's the Magic the Gathering Magic the Gathering thing all over again. Like you can't see what the person's doing unless it's a knowledge check, right? So they're already planning their 10 step process, but you don't see it happen until it is complete. And in this case, that's why like games to the left seem a lot more casual. They're a lot more open. So the games that hit most of these notes, Silksong, Clair Obscur, outside the story thing, right? Outside the story thing, Clair Obscur, Silksong, the way their mechanics are designed, right? I would like to think Hades 2 will follow suit. I haven't played it yet. As far as I know, it holds true, right? Blueprints also holds true to the left side, although it would be interesting to see what a puzzler would be if it was built on deck building. Like, you brainstorm your possibilities of layouts, put all the layouts down because you know it would play out that way, and then see if it plays out that way. That's interesting. But Blueprints is a room by room, at least from what I understand, from what I observe. It's a touch and go, but it has a legacy. You can legacy knowledge the stuff, which is what card battlers do. When you legacy most of the stuff, it can feel really fine-tuned, right? Fine-tuned. I think deck builders have some sort of fine-tunedness, but you still have the, well, didn't get lucky this time situation, or how often it appears, right? It'll be interesting to see what where they go about it. Now, I haven't I approached this a little bit different this time around. Usually, I would say, okay, so what would people think? So here's what I would say, right? If any of these things are important to you, these characteristics, know that Shogun Showdown is most likely a game that has very minimalistic design. It makes every action feel like it's working towards a bigger thing. Most things are persistent, so there's no like, I have too many choices, so I can't make up my mind, and every choice I make seems like it's the wrong choice. That's kept to a minimum, right? And then it's always about efficiency. So the more you play it, the more likely you'll become more and more efficient in it. It's not more and more elaborate or creative. Oftentimes, definitely not this game. You become less and less elaborate and creative as you play this game. So if that's your thing, refinement, iteration, it plays really well to people who enjoy things like FromSoft games. Like, what I mean by that is the idea of like doing a boss until you just nail the boss every single time. Despite all your permutations and stuff, you can nail the boss, right? And then have no time to watch stories or care for stories and whatnot. You just like the atmosphere because you're playing Shogun Showdown. And then kinetics. If you want a turn-based game that feels like it could be an action game, this is it too. Because if you want to hit the speed runs and stuff, you might as well treat it like an action game. You already know all the things you practiced to a T, and you're just executing them. Like, okay, here's an example. If I tell you one pattern, you'll probably know who I'm talking about. So like, you always have the right, left, right, punch, scar strike, right? So that's a combo. It's right, left, right, punch, scar strike to eliminate 2 targets with 3 HP. Right? So that's kind of like entering a button combination, but at the same time, it doesn't punish you for being imprecise because it's not real action. It's not like a real-time action, but it plays like one. You start clustering all of your movement pieces. Like, here's one. Turn. This is obviously not going to help for people who haven't played Shogun Showdown, but it's to illustrate something. So another pattern would be to turn, special ability, scar strike. Right? I'm using one of the characters. I'm not going to spoil too much, but I'm using one of the characters' classical patterns on how to execute a combo takedown, right? And there's also things like lightning storm into shockwave into scar strike, or meteor hammer into arrow is a very common one for another character. There's also smoke bomb artisan, or like a spear, and then backdash. So the idea is you're executing clusters. So over time, you become really efficient. You pick up stuff and you just cluster your combos. So there is comboing, but they're combo single moves, and you're chunking them together. Deck builders, it would be very difficult to constantly think of those things because it would kind of make the game really boring if you're constantly using the same like clustering and whatnot. So they're predicated on going away from doing that. Like, what's your bread and butter? It feels good to do a meteor hammer into a free strike lightning bolt that has a shockwave and follow it up with a scar strike, right? Like, it feels good, and you're going to be doing that a lot. Whenever it comes up, you're probably just going to pick it, or whatever your bread and butter is, it's going to be that. And it feels good to keep doing that because your aim is to become more efficient and like getting better scores and getting hit less. In deck building, it's experimentation. And then in Clair Obscur, the wonderful thing was it was kind of a mixed bag. The Lumina thing, and in the beginning, when your resources are limited, it's about building. You're just constantly building, and then you're not. The bosses aren't hard in the sense that they limit your builds by the bosses. Some of them, there are a few bosses exception there, but you can destroy the boss in so many different ways, right? That's kind of an aspect of deck building. You destroy things in a very. And then challenge runs are where they try to limit you, but that's not the core of satisfaction of deck building. And then you always get rewarded for knowledge, right? In deck building and turn-based games and whatnot. On the left side, though, every turn feels good. So it's like, oh, that's the second time you perfect parried or perfect dodge or just framed. It's like, well, it feels great every single time. But in the long run, when you step back, it's just framing the same thing. It's just framing the same pattern because you practice so much on it, right? How do you get a no-hit on the second boss? Well, you know exactly what to do. I can tell you that depending on the starting block I'm on for the first 4 or 5 bosses of Shogun Showdown, and I know what my pre-loadout is, I know exactly my move tiles. Like the pattern I would use, and I would get a no-hit on those bosses. The Shogun is a little bit rough, and then there's one other thing that's a little bit rough, but it rewards you for being consistent. So then you're just like speedrunning, right? So if that sounds great, I think this is a great way to introduce a little light amount of card battling, or like a lot of card battling, but a little light of deck building, right? Of deck building stuff, and maybe an inch towards a turn-based game. And that's kind of the related topic, like the related topic in general. I think this game is incredibly casual forward, so it's kind of nice, and it's very trendy. It's a Japanese theme. I've got about like inherent natures, Japanese themes, very trendy, especially in the gaming situation. I mean, I wouldn't put it past the developer for being inspired by the social trends, right? Because the developer is also human, so they would probably have forms of expression, inspiration elsewhere. So, now here's my like if I wanted to do like a personal preference thing, right? Maybe throw in a little bit. I think the game is very, very fantastic. I know what it is, in my opinion, or what it tries to be, and I think it nailed it. Absolutely. So we're ending the segment now, right? Like this is going to be the rating, where we're going to do our rating here. A little bit different from the other games. Usually I pick like contrasting things, but it's perfectly fine. So the big rating. For me, if I had to be, again, the disclaimer is this is already recommended because I already know I was gonna love this game, right? My ideal, if I had something to say, is I'm a big fan of narration stories. So that did leave me wanting, right? This did leave me wanting for a narration. These are like little nitpicks for me. And I honestly thought it would be cool to have another mode that dealt with pushing like a longer battle ish. So I think it was a little bit, I'd be like a little bit more complex, but that deals with battle length. And that might not be concordant with some of the modes. Like a boss that is long with 3 phases or something, and those phases allow one to introduce another layer of interaction, right? So this is a little skewed. And in terms of management, I do miss management. I'm quite a lot more on management. I like having to juggle a lot of things, like worry about this, worry about that, micromanage this, micromanage that. So there's a lot of satisfaction. This is more of a satisfaction thing. I enjoy micromanaging a lot of things. And in terms of efficiency, I'm most definitely far more a variety person. I'm definitely variety all the time. Efficiency is not my thing, personally speaking, right? And then of course, both of these are personal. I think these can go either way. But I have a gravitation towards narration here. And when it comes to action, free action versus turn-based, I have a tendency to play turn-based games more than action games, but they're not any. There's more like a personal preference of the developers. So overall, for myself, right, it's a solid 9 in my opinion. So 9 out of 10, right? And no, this is not because of would I recommend it or stuff. I recommend this game. I recommend if any of this is important, like all of this, if all of this is interesting and important and whatnot, it's highly recommended, because this is the reason. All of this is the reason why I played the game, not because it's a 9 out of 10 of my personal preference. The idea is I'm sharing my tendencies. My tendencies are towards more complex interactions. Actually, that's probably battle length, but I'm probably over here when it comes to complexity. I like what I call degrees of freedom. I like we're talking about like 7+ subsystems. I love my subsystems. So weapons, attributes, statistic, like passive stats, scalar stats, multiplicative stats, mitigation, defense, tanking, negation, multi-movements, poison stacking, DOTs, healing over time, hots, dots, right? The hots and dots. That's me though. Like items, quest items, questing, all of that into the stuff. So at least 7+ systems. So this is specifically something that can be changed or can be altered in the state of Shogun. But I'm all the way on the right. I'm like, my guilty pleasure is deck building. Card battlers are wonderful because they tell me what it's like to still have simple stuff, right? Simplicity and so it's a good contrast. So it's not to say that I don't enjoy these things. I enjoy these things a lot. But if I were to take a frequency approach, like how often, it's towards complexity and often towards quite a lot of management, maybe even slightly further. And then it's variety and flexibility. The more you challenge me, like the bosses in this game have their distinct themes, but due to the nature of efficiency, all of the stuff is very redundant. And they're redundant in the way like they're flavor. They're flavor versions of the same thing, and they don't have constructive differences to the point where they can be crazily varied, right? I enjoy things like Slay the Spire and Monster Train because they are deck builders before they are battlers, and that stuff is one of those a great litmus test would be if someone explained to you what their run was like, right? If someone explained to you what their run was like, And someone who hasn't played it is like, what are you saying? That's me. I enjoy when the only way someone understands or can appreciate that this is a personal, like, my reward, when someone can explain, say like, oh, I pick this A, B, C, I did a turnaround on D, and then there was a 20/20 shot on F, that, and then the person, you know, someone outside the game would be like, I have no idea what you're talking about. It's like, that's exactly it. That's the type of thing that I enjoy when it comes to the indie games with depth and nuance in the sense. But Shogun Showdown does have depth. When I was talking about combos, right, left, right, push, you know, or like a very common setup is the back smoke bomb to 2 panels from the right, kunai for 5, and then it may reset for something, right? That type of thing. Those things require nuance. You have to play the game quite often to know what regular patterns I'm talking about. You can still have it for every game, but there are certain genre of games that it's very difficult to even talk casual, like talk in a manner that is easily describable, and that's kind of one of my joys of it. And then narrative is the same too. Narrative leans towards that, because when you start saying, oh, can you explain the story to me? Well, if it's a lore, environment, atmosphere game, you can say, well, you run around taking out bosses, and then you run towards a gigantic glowing tree in the middle of the huge thing. But hey, there's also like lots of places to explore, and there's a lot of bosses. It's like, okay, well, you can kind of feel that. You can kind of understand that. Meanwhile, like for Clair Obscur, I can say eskie, wee woo, and it would be very hard for anyone who hasn't played the game to understand what that is, or why I just said wee woo. A lot more wee than less woo, right? So you can get some of the superficial impressions by memes and whatnot, but the idea is that I gravitate towards memories. I gravitate towards unapologetic design, where they're very like whimsically, unnecessarily complicated, or and I'm not suggesting that the developer is not creative. I think the developer of Shogun Showdown knows exactly what they were doing, or had great feedback, or the combination of the two. And you have tight games like that. I enjoy playing tight games. Hades 1 was an incredibly tight game. Supergiant games make incredibly tight games. They're like, it feels like there's no cost space. And Clair Obscur feels like a type game, but you can clearly see there's just unapologetically unnecessary attention to detail, in the sense that you can see that they can be missed. Like, for example, how many people actually finish Act 3 without skipping entirely Act 3? I think they knew very well that a vast majority of people after Act 2 would go straight and conclude Act 3, for example. And that's kind of what I have a guilty pleasure for. So whenever I always have my fingers crossed when one day, you know, someone comes on by and read these comments and whatnot, and they're like, hey, you know what, I know you don't know about this game, but we're making a game, and I think this game that we're making panders to you. When I hear that, I would love to know, or love to hear, that the developer did it because they know they're unapologetic and incredibly passionate about their game. It wouldn't be any specific game. It would be a game that panders to me in the sense that they are unapologetic with their design. So While I understand the whole business prospect and the trendiness, right? All of these things are trendy. So despite all of this, I think a game that would really pique my interest is a game when someone says, oh, you know what? We're going to make a minimalistic deck builder. And I'm like, how does that work? Like, would it cease to be a deck builder? I don't know. So those are the things that really pique my interest. And that's why I like the indie scene a lot. The idea is, what else could it be? Shogun Showdown is something that isn't exactly that. And that's what makes it really interesting. So is Cobalt Core. Cobalt Core took a very different approach, right? And they still use positional building. Actually, Cobalt Core had more deck building. Lean a little bit further to the right. I haven't completed Cobalt Core. I should really go back and finish that. I got interrupted by other things. I didn't do this like wrap up, so I can't contrast it with Cobalt Core. I didn't wrap my thoughts around it yet. But yeah, I look forward to, I guess his name is Mirko. I'm putting a little bit more time, hoping that maybe this will be relevant to their next game. You can still go hard and be like the FTL developer, right? The FTL developer, basically they took another, added a additional dimension, created a different way, and focused solely on the mechanics, right? The FTL developer flexed his abilities to focus on mechanics. So that's always, in my opinion, that's being unapologetic. It just so happens that Shogun, I feel, checks a lot of boxes. And maybe that's also due to feedback. Really cool. I enjoyed the game quite a lot. My last gripe, well, maybe like a slight gripe, is that because I don't like how far my bias is towards flexibility and variety, efficiency. The focus on efficiency was my like yesterday's down point, and it's not that bad of a deal. Like no hit runs as completion, no hit runs as completion goals, and speed runs as completion goals. That's not my jam. I enjoy if it's achievable, which it is, so I have no problems with it. It is achievable for me. But if it's past a certain threshold, it becomes somewhat of a sour position, right? So oftentimes I would say the things that I gravitate really far away from, I give it an 80-20 split. If I'm not over the 80th percentile, then I would consider it a little bit too much of a miss. And in this case, no hit, still relatively alright. Probably a lower side of things. I think efficiency is great when you are still working towards something while you're creating that efficiency. But in terms of the way Shogun Showdown is done for their achievements, the no hit and the stamp stuff feels a little bit more of a life extender than something that occurs well paced with the design. That's probably one of my nitpicks or something like that. But I can imagine people enjoying to do those things over and over again until they get it. I will probably do that on and off every once in a while. The nice thing is it's a turn-based game, so knowledge check is still very, very much a boon for success. Yeah, and that's a wrap. 9 out of 10. For the record, again, to emphasize, points are arbitrary. Points are kind of arbitrary. The way I produce points is how much I gathered from it. Like usually I put another two scores, but I think Shogun Showdown was almost resoundingly well advertised. like the things that it hits. Probably I would say if I had any gripes, if this was a deck builder, right? For example, we'll add like one last thing to contrast. Like this has a bit of a card battler, right? A card battler person would most definitely find them at home. It's 10 out of 10. Absolutely 10 out of 10. However, for a deck builder, so like someone who's interested in deck building, right? I'm running out of colors. For a deck builder, I would say it's probably a bit on the lower side, like a 7 out of 10. So if you're expecting something, this is based on expectations. So it really caters to a card battler. If you're looking for deck building in the scheme of, I don't know, Across the Obelisk or Slay the Spire, Monster Train and stuff, this is not it. So try to, the idea is that if you come in with that expectation, you will not meet those expectations. So these are buzzwords, and I typically pick buzzwords, and I picked card battlers and deck builders for this case. And then obviously action roguelike would be, honestly, action roguelike wouldn't be too bad. I would say they probably go with a 7 out of 10 if you're coming in from an action roguelike perspective. So like, oh hey, you played Hades and you realize you really like roguelike games, and it's an action roguelike, something that gets you closer to a card battler but still action, that you can give it a go, right? Give it a go. But yeah, card battlers. I played my fair share of card battlers. If you're talking about RPG, that's off. Like, you know, RPG is non-existent here in general. So these are like the classical things I would juxtapose myself. Since I like deck building and card battlers, and I'm kind of optional, right? I'm kind of optional on. Honestly, I kind of line up with Shogun Showdown when it comes to. This is a good place, and for story is on the right hand side. So, I would say it's anywhere between an 8 and a 9 for me, because it's deck building, light deck building with with a lot of card battling. So yeah. Alright folks, that's enough improvising. I think I originally had something else planned in my head, and I kind of went off the rails on how to define it, so that's okay. I did as well as I think I would have on this topic. In terms of next game, I haven't decided yet. I don't think I'm gonna do another game this September, like this month. We're gonna do something else, and then next month is October. So the extra project is gonna be about paint. It's gonna be drawing. We're gonna be drawing. It's Inktober, so we're just gonna spend the whole month drawing. I did mention that Hades 2's 1.0 launch is going to happen in on September 25th this month. There's no way I could feel satisfied with playing Hades 2 for 5 days ish and then have an entire month's gap. So we're gonna move Hades 2 to November. Supergiant already had my money when they first released Hades 2 on early access. So we'll get to Hades 2 will be our next game, and we can make a little contrast with Shogun Showdown. I like the way we're going about this, making it loose. Silk Song is going to be probably far later, honestly. Anyways, one thing to leave for rhetoric is I have a personal hot take. Difficulty is not the same as rewarding. And for myself, whether the game is easy or hard is not necessarily dictated by the developer. It's often dictated by the user's perspective on how they want to approach the game. In my opinion, although developers seem to be pressured, I feel like sometimes developers seem to be pressured and may hyper focus on trying to make a game difficult, because in my opinion that's trendy right now. And I think Shogun Showdown, for a hot take, is really wonderfully balanced. So if you're kind of worried like, oh well, I might not like the game, but will I still play it to a point where you understand the game, I'd say Shogun Showdown is far more likely than even arguably in competitive with Hollow Knight and Silksong, which is what makes Hollow Knight and Silksong really wonderful. Team Cherry has done quite that. Probably less Silksong, more Hollow Knight, right? I think they've decided unapologetically that they will make Silksong lean towards difficulty hyperfocus. So I feel like that actually detracted from their reception. Providing scale ups to the difficulty is fine, but prescribing the difficulty spike, I think that's, in my opinion, it's a little bit of a hyper focus error, a misstep in my opinion. I'm curious if Supergiant takes the same approach for Hades 2. I think Hades 1 feels like a Shogun Showdown. Hollow Knight felt like a Shogun Showdown. It's one of those things, there is wonderful granularity in its difficulty that makes it accessible, despite the high ceiling of its requirements, right? And ultimately, I think it's a win-win when a developer is able to encourage their own vision of their difficulty and whatnot, but at the same time have their content that they made be experienced by a larger audience, you know, an audience that has the ability, instead of having accidentally, maybe unintentionally, hyper focus on something that ends up excluding players. At least in my opinion, I feel artists, developers, people who build things want people to experience for both better or worse, in the sense that they can see that they see all the things, at least that, maybe not master them. I think this whole idea of making games really difficult is a touchy subject that has been brought up multiple times over and over again. I think there's an oversaturation, in my opinion, right now, and an overrepresentation of trying to design your game in a way that it is difficult in order to make it trendy and more rewarding. I don't think those things are heavily correlated, like all the time. Right now, that's trendy. And where does Shogun Showdown fit on this? I forgot to do the difficulty thing, right? Perceived difficulty. I think it's on the higher side. It's definitely on the higher side. And the meta currency and stuff makes it so that it's not on the higher side. So that inclusion of the meta currency, the skulls, is a great way to alleviate that. And with that said, absolutely fantastic game. Off to the next one, right? I might be able to talk about and refer back to Shogun Showdown after playing Hades 2. Maybe next game that Miracle puts out. I've got what the name of, it's like Robo Atomic or something. Hang on, let me say the name properly. It's by Robo Antino. Robo Antino. Good luck to them. I hope to talk about them again and play their next game. Maybe, you know? It'll be cool. Maybe live long enough to do that. So until then, that's a wrap for Shogun Showdown. If you're gonna watch this later, thank you. As always, feel free to follow along in the next game or go and watch how my experience was with this game. Pick up Shogun Showdown on a good day is less than $10 USD. If any of this information applies to you, hopefully it's somewhat informative. If you're just like me, well, you might as well pick it up. But obviously, it's rare to find a person who is a reflection of you, right? So until then, off to the next project, probably Hades 2. So until then, stay safe, stay healthy, happy gaming, happy learning, you know, live responsibly, and catch you guys on the next one. Take care. Bye now. Bye bye.